Welcome to the live stream. I don't think there's anybody here yet. That's okay. We will begin.
I see trees of green, red roses too. I see them bloom for me and you, and I think to myself, what a wonderful world. I see skies of blue and clouds of white, the bright blessed day, the dark sacred night, and I think to myself, what a wonderful world. The colors of the rainbow, so pretty in the sky, are also on the faces of the people going by. I see friends shaking hands, saying, how do you do? They really say, I love you. I hear babies cry, I watch them grow. They learn much more than I'll ever know, and I think to myself, what a wonderful world. Yes, I think to myself, what a wonderful world.
Yeah, welcome. Hi. Hope everyone's having a good day, a good Sunday. And I'm going to bring up something that I saw on Jeff's post on his YouTube page. He posted this meme, and I thought it was really good for what I wanted to cover. And you can read it. Do you see that man over there, Timmy? Yes, Jesus, I see him. That's the man that murdered you and your family while you were sleeping. He repented and he asked for forgiveness. Now he's here in paradise with us. Let's go say hello. Well, that's pretty much of a stretch, I would think, for a lot of people to imagine that you could take the giant leap of faith and forgiveness, and even without any reconciliation. I wanted to try to explain how current theology might understand, or some of the best insights about how evil and good coexist, and it doesn't quite exist together. It's like light and darkness in a room. If you enter a dark room, it's dark, completely dark. If you turn on the light, the darkness is dispelled from the room and there's no more darkness. So can good and evil exist within the same room? It would be carrying quite a tension if it were even possible. So I wanted to just describe an analogy with what we read. I'll bring it back up here. The meme having to do with Timmy being in paradise, and they see the murderer of he and his family. And Jesus says to him, let's go over and say hello. Well, is that even possible? I'm not sure it is. And I'll explain why with one of the more well-known passages in Scripture having to do with a similar sort of paradigm between good and evil. And that's what happened with Lazarus and they call him Dives, the rich man and Lazarus after they lived their lives. So I want to maybe go through that and just explain a little bit about why there is a gulf, perhaps an impassable gulf that exists. But this story, the rich man Dives was dressed in purple, and he was wealthy, and he feasted luxuriously every single day. But at the gate of his palace was a beggar named Lazarus, and every day they passed by, and Dives did nothing. He was covered with sores, and Lazarus longed to eat the scraps that fell from the rich man's table, even. Now, that's in Luke's Gospel, chapter 16. Now, here they are in the same world coexisting, not well, one doing quite well, the other ignoring the plight of the poor. Well, what happened was both men died. Lazarus went straight to heaven at the bosom of Abraham. I'll bring up an image that probably gives you a little bit better image. So on the top right, you see an image of Lazarus on the right, and he's next to Abraham. And then at the bottom left is the rich man, Dives. And he was condemned because he didn't do anything to help the poor man, Lazarus. He failed to take notice of him. He sat at his door every day. He needed charity and got none. In terms of, our economy and our politics, human rights, between the first, second, third world nations, not terribly unlike that. Rich nations can help poor nations if they make a decision to do that. Can we stand idly by while thousands of human beings are dying of hunger? I don't think we can. So anyway, Lazarus is kind of the 20th century symbol, I would say. And going back to that meme where that person destroyed that child and his family, how do we deal with people who have no value for life? And when all is said and done and our lives are lived, what happens to us, and do we coexist in eternity, in paradise? Well, in the parable of Jesus in the Gospel of Luke, riches and freedom really bring with it responsibility, a special obligation toward the poor. And America is the rich man, and we are called to care for the Lazaruses at our door. When rich men like President Donald Trump and Elon Musk close the United States, they're ignoring Lazarus. They really are. They're consigning him, like millions, to starvation, and they are dying by millions. They're abandoning refugees that fled persecution of war and famine, and they're stopping medical care for the sick in our own country. Horrible things have happened. Different plagues like Ebola, monkeypox, HIV/AIDS, and so on have just gone unchecked. And it'd be devastating to poor countries, but it will also hurt us. So anyway, let me just come back on panel here, if I can find myself. Okay. So anyway, Matthew's gospel says, I was hungry, you gave me food. I was thirsty, you gave me to drink. And of course, the rich man, Dives, didn't do that for Lazarus. He gave him nothing. So how do they end up? How does it all end up? Do they end up in heaven like the meme that that Jeff had, are rich and poor, wise and ignorant, faith-filled, agnostic, good and evil people? Are we all thrown together into the place we call paradise or heaven? Well, not so fast. I don't think that is what happens, because it leaves out a little thing called justice. And Jesus also talks about that in his Sermon on the Mount. What must we do to inherit eternal life? He said, well, sell everything you have to the rich young man and give to the poor, and then come and follow me. That's a pretty challenging mandate. There's an old Latin saying, quo plus habent, eo plus cupient. And what it means simply is the more they have, the more they want. And I think that we become addicted to material things in this world, and we have to be very vigilant about that, because it's just as addictive as heroin or alcoholism or any other true addictive substance. Materialism and wealth and power. That's what I'm talking about. So anyway, what I need to tell you is, did Timmy's little murderer, I'll bring that meme up again. Let's see, here we are. Did his murderer end up in paradise? And Jesus is saying, he asked for forgiveness, and so he's with us now. Let's go say hello. Is that possible? Well, if we look at Dives and Lazarus, apparently it's not. There's a huge lacuna or gulf that existed between the two. In fact, it was so interesting. The rich man in hell is saying, go warn my family at least. Do something. Don't let them end up the way I am here in torment. And he's told, the heavenly voice says, they have the prophets to warn them, but they're not listening. They're already being warned about your plight that you're dealing with. And he said, well, can you send Lazarus to get me a drink of water to cool my tongue? I'm dying down here. And which is interesting because that's, again, the rich man in hell, so to speak, trying to boss around the poor man in the bosom of Abraham. He hasn't learned his lesson. And that's very important. What I'm trying to say is that Lazarus is not his slave. And the rich man isn't more important than anybody else, although he lived his life. And even in hell and torment, he seems to think he can boss around Lazarus and go get him to get me a drink of water to cool my tongue, Well, he's not there for you. See, if he didn't ask that, I think this is my point. If Lazarus was not asked by the rich man or told what to do, go do this, go do that for me, there would be a bridge. There would be a way to cross between heaven and hell. But that way is not going to happen automatically. It happens when reconciliation, and that means conversion, metanoia, means change. The rich man in hell is living out a self-fulfilling prophecy, though he didn't perhaps know it or didn't want to believe it, but nonetheless it happened. So there he is with an untraversable chasm between himself and paradise. And he still hasn't learned his lesson. He's trying to tell Lazarus what to do, like he orders him around. And the day comes when he has the awareness that he doesn't boss or tell anyone else what to do will be the day he may take a step toward paradise. Paradise is a place that you belong in because you're part of it. And the rich man is in a place where he feels he is more special than everyone else. And as a result of that, there is no bridge to build that will allow the rich man to enter into the kingdom of heaven. It's an unpassable chasm or lacuna. You just can't get through it. So will hell be forever? Well, if the rich man holds out forever against the love of God with his pride and his arrogance and his self-entitlement about bossing Lazarus around, even in heaven, go get him to get me a drink of water. No, that's not how that works. The rich man has to learn and what they call metanoia, which is a conversion of the heart. And the day that happens, the day he will begin taking steps to remove himself from a self-imposed place of torment, which entitlement really always is. So anyway, that I just wanted to bring, I'll bring it up one more time. This is that little meme that Jeff had on his YouTube page as a post. Do you see that man over there, Timmy? Yes, Jesus, I see him. That's the man that murdered you and your family while you were sleeping. He repented and asked for forgiveness. Well, repentance means you reconcile. It means you do things that make concomitant changes that make a difference. Lazarus and the rich man did not achieve that. And I would say the man that murdered this little boy, in all likelihood, did not make those changes either. If he had, that's a different story. Jesus tells the story of the prodigal son who comes home to the father and the family, with his tail between his legs, and he did terrible harm. But the reality is there is something we can do. There is a way out of hell. There is a way out of hell. And we have to do, in a sense, in reverse what we've done to put ourselves in hell. So that's kind of the answer there. That wouldn't happen overnight. That would take a lot of people would look at a meme like this and say, uh, I just don't get Christianity. I just don't get the whole, say you're sorry. Well, saying you're sorry is one step toward reconciliation, which means you make things right. Did the murderer make things right with Timmy and his family? Well, justice would have that as a requirement for being at peace in the kingdom of God. If he did not, then I'm sure, like Dives, the man in torment, I'll bring him up again, that he's still in torment because he has not yet learned and has not reconciled. So anyway, the topic today, what I wanted to talk about is just basically having to do with, these are not easy topics to talk about. I'm going to address the issues of evil and violence and evil people, and which we've talked about a couple of them already, the rich man and also the murderer, and how good and evil, if it's possible, how do they coexist? Well, is Ted Bundy in heaven? Ted Bundy is someone that affected my family, attacked my older sister. She survived, fortunately, but are horrendous people in heaven. I think that our Lord, who is love, would love to forgive them, but are they really asking for that? So justice would have it that we have genuine reconciliation. That means no one gets a free pass. Everyone has to, I should come back on camera here, make significant changes. In Scripture, as I say, they call it metanoia, and that's a word that means a change of heart, which is from the inside out, and actually is a real change, so that the person is not the same that they once were. I don't think God is a failure, and I think ultimately God would be victorious, somehow saving us from ourselves and our fallen human nature, whatever you want to call it. So I don't think God loses a soul. That's an opinion. But in terms of between then and now, or now and then, we've got a long way to go. It takes a long time to become corrupt, and it takes a long time to return from corruption to being a decent, moral, loving human being. So anyway, that's our topic. This is not your mother's Bible study. Today we're dealing with the topic of, as I mentioned, violence, eternal punishment, and what would that look like? The silence of God in the midst of so much tragedy. Where is God in a world of violence? Is he hiding behind a tree? Why doesn't he come out and do something about it? And is God responsible for all of this? We're going to go into that. The glaring examples in world history, 6 million Jews in the Holocaust, right? The killing fields of Cambodia, school shootings in our own country, the violence of ICE on the street, diseases all around the world that devastate, in history, the Black Plague. Disease, I think, is the worst of all, racism, the violence of slavery. What happened to indigenous people in our country, broken treaties. It might come as a surprise over the past 3,400 years of recorded human history, 3,400 years. Only 8% of the time have we had peace. This is a New York Times article I found this in, which means 92% of the human recorded history has recorded horrific war and violence and just disasters of all sorts. Our nation's at war right now in the Middle East, in Iran. So despite the poor track record of human violence, and we can and we have to do better, our survival of our species depends upon it. So right now, I'm going to have you listen to a very valid challenge. You may not like it. I don't agree with it, but I think it's a statement and a voice and a video that needs to be heard, and we need to address it because a lot of people ask the questions that come up in what you're about to hear. So this has to do with violence we find in sacred scripture or within the Bible. Okay? So let me bring that up.
Would follow the devil and not the God described in this book. Why? Because in the entire Bible, the devil never killed anyone, not once. He tempts, he lies, and he accuses, yes, but kill, never. But the God of this book, he flooded the entire world.
I wanted to just stop at that point. Actually, if you read the book of Job, the devil has a roof collapse on a whole family. and they die, and others as well. So that person doesn't know Scripture. They're not quite accurate. But I want to come back to the important point is, who's to blame for this? Is God evil? And we'll get to that.
Burned the inhabitants of Sodom and Gomorrah alive. He killed all the firstborn of Egypt, including sleeping children. He told his people to slaughter women, children, elders, babies, and even animals. He opened the earth to swallow entire families. He turned a woman into a pillar of salt for looking back. He sent bears to tear apart 42 children because they mocked a bald prophet. He wiped out entire nations in the name of his justice. He ordered his people to leave no survivors. He punishes, he strikes, he destroys, and yet it is the devil who is blamed. This God is the very definition of cognitive dissonance. He says, I am love, but he kills. He says, I am light, but he plunges entire peoples into darkness. He says, I am mercy, but he punishes for eternity. You believe in a good God, but you read that he orders massacres, genocides, and curses. So you justify, you excuse, you say that the interpretation is not good, but your heart knows that love does not kill. I would follow the devil and not...
Let me explain for those who sometimes don't understand. Scripture is filled with many different forms of genre, literary devices, the way the Jewish people wrote. Certainly Jesus spoke in parables, there were aphorisms, symbolic language, hyperbole. I mean, it goes on and on. And much of this, what you're hearing here, I can explain, and we'll try to do that. Otherwise, we have a complete disconnect between Jesus, who is loving, unconditionally loving and nonviolent, and his Father. When you see me, you see the Father, he says. Jesus says that in John. A complete disconnect with his evil God in the Old Testament. So let's explain it. And it's very easily explained, and I'll put something up here for you to see. So this is from the book of Deuteronomy. That is the fifth book in the what's known as the Torah. In the first book, in anybody's Bible at the very beginning, you have Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. So this is the fifth book. And I'm giving you, you can see, 2 chapters. This is where that idea that God is responsible for bloodshed and murder and devastation, like the flood, or the killing of firstborn, or whoever it may be, other nations that are decimated. This is the thinking, theological thinking, and the source in Deuteronomy where that comes from. The Jewish people at that time, thousands of years ago, believed that if you were obedient to God, you were blessed with health and prosperity. But if you were disobedient and you sinned, God would punish you. Curses, disease, war, petulance, violence of all kinds. That was what they believed. So when bad things happened, they wrote the history saying, you see, God punished the Egyptian Pharaoh with 10 plagues. You see what he did to the Amalekites. He destroyed all their children, and they give God credit or blame, but God is the one responsible. That is a very sad rendering. Okay, what you're hearing is really about the sovereignty of God, that God ultimately permits what happens in this world, good and bad. Jesus is going to come along in the New Testament and throw a whole cast of different light upon all of this, and it's going to help us make sense of what we call, theodicy. Why is there evil in the world and God doesn't lift a finger to stop it? And why does God seem to want to wipe out entire civilizations, much like our president? And we'll talk about some of those passages as well. But in effect, and I'll bring it up again, what we really have here, let's see if I can find it. 1 second. There it is. And this is in Deuteronomy, the fifth book in the Torah, the fifth book within your Bible. We have the understanding, this is like the theological worldview of Jews back then. If you're obedient to God, you were blessed. If you're disobedient, you're going to get punished. It's as simple as that. So if famine came and their crops failed, they must have disobeyed God because God sent the pestilence or the drought or the flood or whatever it may have been to destroy the crops. They must have done something wrong. In the book of Job, it's also similar because what you have is a story about, I'll come back on here, a man who had great prosperity, great wealth, a big family. Everything looked wonderful for Job. If you read the book of Job, it didn't turn out so wonderful. He lost it all. And as a result of that, Job is scratching his head in despair. What did I do, Lord? Are you punishing me? Why are you doing this? And people came to Job and said, Job, you lost it all. What did you do? Or if you didn't, then was it your parents? Who sinned against God? Because you're certainly being punished by God. Well, Job said, I haven't done anything, and I don't know of anything they've done. Well, the important story here is that Job perhaps was innocent, but God wasn't punishing Job. They thought when misfortune came upon someone, it was because of sin. And that just wasn't the case. I'll show you here in a second. What's going to happen is Jesus is going to come into human history, and he's going to say something very different. I'll bring up an example of what, if I can find it here. Let's see. Oh, here it is. Yeah, all right. And this is during the Sermon on the Mount in Matthew. It's also found in Luke. He causes the sun to shine on evil people and good people. He sends rain on the righteous and the unrighteous in Matthew chapter 5. So what that means is God is impartial. God isn't picking on people. Even if they're bad, he's not going to lay into them. Our evil decisions are usually a karma and self-fulfilling, and they come back to haunt us. God doesn't have to pick us apart. So what we have then is Jesus trying to sort out that theological thinking and saying that, everyone is being blessed, good and evil, and no one is being denied both good and evil. Everyone has an equal opportunity here in that sense. Don't put the blame heavenly upon God the Father. Don't put the blame there. Instead, look at yourself, and decide. Another thing I thought I would show you, I went out earlier today and I picked cut a couple of roses, and I will show you, if I can get them here in front of the camera. I picked these from my garden in the front yard today, and I think they're just beautiful. But what they have is a fragrance. So if you smell them, as I'm doing, my dog Fluffy smelled them earlier, they smell absolutely the same as if Ted Bundy came into my house and smelled these same roses. They would smell the same beautiful fragrance. They wouldn't deny the fragrance to Ted Bundy. He would benefit from it the same as I am, or you would. And so the reality, what I'm saying is, God is not impartial. God is giving to each one of us, and not punishing us for deeds we have done, but God continues to try to change hearts, what I've been saying, metanoia, which is a conversion of the inner self. So that's obviously extremely important. So it should relieve our minds, I think, at least a little bit, to be able to say, well, we don't exactly have to worry that these sores and wounds and cancers and diseases is not God punishing me. In fact, I have a family member who's dealing with brain cancer right now. I can't think of anything he did. In fact, he was injured by someone who assaulted him, and he was thrown backward onto a concrete floor, the back of his head. And the doctors are suggesting, though they don't know for sure, that may have been a precipitating event that could have caused the onset of the cancer that he's dealing with now. The reality is, life happens. When we make bad choices, we have to take responsibility. We can't blame anyone evil for that, or we really need to just, we're looking for a scapegoat otherwise. We have to take personal responsibility for that. So I wanted to talk to you just a little bit about God's sovereignty, which is when you try to explain, is the Bible full of violence? And I'll show you. There appears to be a lot of violence in the Bible. I'll give you just a few examples of that. Let me pull up a couple of them. Well, in fact, what I'm about to show you is called the imprecatory Psalms. There's 7 of them. They're right here. And Psalm 35, 44, 58, and so on. These are some of the Psalms that were employed by Hegseth, Secretary of Defense, in justifying going to war with Iran. Psalm 35, deliverance from your enemies who plot harm. So they're calling upon in the psalm, which is a prayer, God to fight against those who attack them and to shame them, confuse them, let that fall upon them. National suffering and defeat, the next one, Psalm 44, pleads with God to punish the oppressors and avenge Israel's enemies. And it goes on, as you can see. And this is a call to violence. Now, these are very unique. There's 150 Psalms, but there are only 7 that are called imprecatory, which have to do with seemingly God punishing evildoers and standing by Israel. The reality is God stands by all of us. And, I wanted to just point something out. Maybe I'll do it right now. I think it's rather important. I had this up. Let me see here. There was another one. Let me come back on camera. That wasn't exactly where I was going with that. But let me show you just a few more in addition to the 7 imprecatory Psalms, which it would seem that God is calling for vengeance. Really, it's human beings who are basically looking back, and the scriptures were written after the events that took place. So after war, after the exodus from Egypt, after the Babylonian captivity, after all these events, the authors of the Bible wrote about them. And in doing so, they then placed sovereignty of God upon all those events. God allowed this. God did this. God created the situation. God punished our enemies. God sent 10 plagues upon the Pharaoh of Egypt, and on and on. So what you have is a writing after the event with these historical events that took place. And it's as if saying, well, the results of which tell us that God is punishing Israel or blessing Israel, punishing Israel's enemies or allowing them to be victorious over Israel. So a lot of it has to do with just the after theological view. Jesus is coming along and saying that isn't the case at all. He's saying, as I put up here, the sun is going to shine on bad people and good. God's not going to privilege anyone. He'll send rain on the just and the unjust. We're all in this together. So I think the idea is if we have people in ancient times who struggle with violence, the image of God that they have in their heart will be a God of violence. If you harbor hatred and anger in your heart, then the God that you believe in will probably look a lot like who you look like. We make God over into our own image and likeness. And human beings, I always say, we have human fingerprints all over the Bible. Not sure if I have that one to bring up here. But what I did have was, it's important to realize that when we read the Bible, it's very important to understand what we're reading, because it's 2,000 and 3,000 year old Middle Eastern literature written in ways and ancient customs and culture and context that are very different from our own. And I always recommend the book on the right, which is the SBL. That's the Society of Biblical Literature Study Bible. It has copious footnotes and commentary, especially to do with the more difficult parts within Scripture. So I think that would be something that would be very valid and helpful to anyone who is serious about looking into Scripture. Okay? So anyway, here's another. It's not a complete exhaustive list, but I'll bring up a few more. of the things that confuse people. Is God love, or is God vengeance? Is God compassion and forgiveness and mercy, or is God filled with retribution? Is he retributive God, like retribution, retributive, or is he distributive? Does he distribute love and kindness equally? What kind of God are we talking about here? So let me bring up for you. This is actually on a Word document, and I'll scroll it for you. I have on the topic, very big problems people face when reading the Bible is God a loving father, or does he look entirely like an angry man with a beard up in the sky, and you don't want to cross him the wrong way. Be very, very careful. And as you can see, you can pause on this if you come back to this later on. In Genesis, Adam and Eve, and which is interesting because Eve cooked apple pie one night for Adam, and they weren't supposed to eat the apple from the apple tree, as a proverbial understanding. Apples weren't really a major part of their produce, but the idea is the same, that what we're dealing with here really is everyone in humanity was punished from that point on. Every single solitary descendant of Adam and Eve, and that's all of us, you and I, that we are now, in a sense, marked with the fallen nature. And by the sweat of our brow we work, and pain and childbirth for women and so on, something that apparently did not exist, they call it in the preternatural world, before the sin was committed. So is God being fair? Why do we pay for someone else's sin, Adam and Eve's sin? In Exodus, if you look at chapter 7, verse 3, I'll harden Pharaoh's heart. And Joshua, that's not a nice thing to do. Come on, God. The Israelites arrived at the city of Jericho. God gives specific instructions: march around the city for 7 days, blow your trumpets, and the walls will collapse. And that's what happened exactly. And the walls come down, and then God gives the order for what happens next. And that's absolute horror. And it's hard to say, and this is the word of the Lord. Is this the loving word of the Lord? In Joshua, chapter 6, they destroyed with the sword every living thing in the city, men and women, young and old, cattle, sheep, donkeys, every single living thing. Nothing was left. Not soldiers, everyone, the prisoners of war, everyone. The command was total. So it's pretty frightening to think, well, is God loving, or is God the scariest reality we humans have to deal with in our short, brief life on earth? Is this God going to punish us? And these go on and on. Like I say, this isn't an exhaustive list. Even in the New Testament, in Hebrews chapter 11, there's a pretty well-known story who sacrificed his daughter because God was asking him to produce a human sacrifice. Again, there's some more in the Old Testament. And then in the New, they're a little less visible. This is getting really small print. I apologize for that. Let me come back on camera. But these just underline that short video I played before. If you read the Bible at face value, literally, what you see is what you get. What they call fundamentalist reading of Scripture literally, every word literal, and not take into consideration context and literary devices and aphorisms. What symbols were they using? How were they intending it to be understood? Was it poetic? Is it exaggerated language? What is it that they're trying to communicate? I mean, you read the book of Revelation, that's the most violent book in the Bible. We're talking about violence today. And we have to square that with Jesus, who says, forgive 70 times 7. In the book of Revelation, it's a very different story. So can you make sense of it all? And I think that's what I wanted to try to tackle today. So ultimately, the Bible has human fingerprints all over it. I think it's important to realize that, oh, Gladys, welcome. That lady, Elaine, welcome. Good to see you. Sorry, I had my head buried in my material. I'm glad to see you here. Schofield Bible. No. Dana was already taken. I'm not sure what's going on. Jedi needs a Bible mom. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure because I'm not really on top of all of that. Gladys, I'm sorry. Um, I'm tackling probably one of the more difficult issues in the Bible because if you read it literally, straightforward, what you see is what you get, it would be very, very easy to see God as a very violent, vengeful God, one to be feared, and one that is very difficult to square that alongside the merciful Jesus, who says to love your enemies. And yet God is not loving his enemies. God's tearing or instructing others to destroy their enemy nations that live nearby. So this is a tough question. The bottom line of the bottom line, I think, is what modern scripture scholarship is trying to tell us, is that the Bible has human fingerprints all over it. Is the Bible inspired by God? See, that's why I went through all this last week. Yes, the Bible is inspired, but do human beings get the inspiration correctly? No, we do not, because we're not God. We're imperfect. We're humans. We don't get it right. So as a result of that, we can be inspired. I was inspired to become a priest. I didn't realize I was being inspired to follow our Lord, but not the priesthood. And so I ended up working in the churches my entire adult life, but I had to do a course correction, and I ended up getting married. All of that happened. But the reality is we can be inspired, but it doesn't mean that we're infallible and will understand the inspiration 100% correctly. And of course, that's why the Bible gets things wrong. The human fingerprints on the Bible, the human part of our participation with God's word, that we call it, is going to be a little iffy at times. That's why Jesus came along and said, before you were told by Moses, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, but now I tell you, he said that's not what he wanted. He said, but now I tell you, love your enemies, do good to them, bless those that persecute, that hate you. And that's a complete 180. So what we have, and Jesus says, before Moses allowed divorce, but now I tell you. So what is that? Jesus says, if you even look lustfully at a woman with your eyes, you committed adultery. He made that even more stringent and tougher. The reality is Jesus comes along in human history, and he helps the world to wake up to the former our best now present insights in the Hebrew scriptures, and Jesus fills them full, gives them new and more complete meaning. That's what's going on. When things don't square with, let's say, the love that our Lord has put within your heart, if Old Testament retributive, vengeful reactions, that sort of thing doesn't square with love, then there's something wrong with the former passage. And that has to do with, and some scripture scholars say, well, God gave them what they needed at that time. They weren't ready for the unconditional, nonviolent love of Jesus that they got when he came into human history. So before Jesus, that's what they were ready for. They were capable of understanding an eye for an eye, but now, apparently, we're capable of compassion and loving our enemies and so much more. And if we were trying to take that approach toward world politics today, we probably wouldn't be doing what we're doing in Iran if the people who were in charge were listening to Scripture. So what I wanted to do is just bring up for you, and this kind of will close this out here, what Jesus had to say. And so if you can make this out at the top, Jesus had something to say about defense. Hegseth calls it, he's the Secretary of War. Well, this is what Jesus said about defense. Love your enemies. Blessed are the peacemakers. If someone strikes you on the right cheek, turn to him and offer the other. That's in Matthew. Yet I put here in blue, and Trump's Department of War doing exactly the opposite. The bombing of the Venezuelan fishing boats, the undocumented ICE rounding up, and some people are being murdered on the street. When it comes to social programs, we talk about violence. At the very end here, I'm going to play you a video that talks about the violence we are experiencing in our social programs. If you would be perfect, Jesus said, go sell all that you own, give it to the poor, and then come back and follow me. And if you do that, you will have treasure in heaven. Well, is that the same as Trump's America that has more than 1,000 billionaires? That's right, over 1,000 billionaires in our country today. The third one down, rugged individual, pursuit of self-interest. Love your neighbor as you love your. That's what Jesus says. Very different from, pull yourself up by your own bootstraps. And some people don't have any bootstraps. Yeah, now we're in the New Testament. Exactly. On financial success, Jesus says, truly I say to you, it will be hard for a rich man to enter the kingdom of heaven. You cannot serve both God and money. That's in Matthew in several places. And in spite of that, are we listening, especially Christian nationalism who's not listening, in blue, increased disparity between the rich and the poor. There's a widening lacuna, a big gap between rich and poor, right? Between those simply wanting an affordable living wage. What does it have to say about our philosophy that greed is good? I see that in blue. Watch out, be on your guard against all kinds of greed. In Luke's gospel, a man's life does not consist in the abundance of his possession. The story of the man who put all of he had these big bins and he filled them full. And Jesus said, look at how he's preparing for the future. And tonight his life will be asked of him. Tonight his life will be asked of him. Live one day at a time. On paying taxes, Jesus is saying, give to Caesar what is Caesar's, and to God what is God's. The big, horrible bill gave tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires, but not to the middle class, and certainly hurt all of us, and the poor especially. I want to say something about, maybe I come back on panel here, when it says, give to Caesar what is Caesar's, and give to God what belongs to God. It's really interesting. The lawyer was trying to trick Jesus. He said, what must I do to inherit eternal life? And who do we pay taxes to? All these questions that came with, they were loaded with dynamite to explode in Jesus' face if he didn't answer it properly. So what Jesus said was, show me a coin. And so the person asking Jesus the question, which was, who do we pay tax to? Who do we pay allegiance to, God or Caesar? Like, damned if you do, damned if you don't. And Jesus says, show me a coin. So he reaches in his pocket, this man who asked Jesus the question, and he has a coin in his pocket, and he pulls it out, and Jesus says to him, whose inscription, whose image is on that coin? And he looked at it, and he had to get red in the face because it was Caesar, and on the coin itself, Caesar is declaring himself to be divine, to be God. Caesar is. And here's a Jew trying to trick Jesus. And Jesus says, show me the coin that's in your pocket. You're carrying around a graven image. And don't speak to me about your moral uprightness because you yourself are a hypocrite. You're carrying around a graven image with the emperor, his image on it. And how dare you ask me a question like whose allegiance should we give to taxes to Caesar or to God? When you yourself have already made up your mind. So there's a lot inside of Scripture. I'll go back to some of these that I had up here. I think it's important. Let me see here. I've got so much stuff here. Let's see. I'm paying taxes. On the bottom there, on crime and punishment, if any one of you is without sin, let him be the first one to throw a stone at her. Do not judge, or you'll be judged. For in the same way you judge others, you will be judged with the measure you use. And I did a whole video on this. Jesus wrote in the dirt twice. He did get trolled. He wrote in the dirt twice, and people didn't know what that meant. The hand of God writing on stone tablets, they were called the Ten Commandments. Moses broke them after he came down the mountaintop when God gave Moses the Ten Commandments. He broke them because they had made a golden calf. So he had to go up the mountain and get a second set, and God wrote twice on them. Jesus is writing twice on the dirt to say to the men accusing these women with their stones in their hands ready to kill her. Jesus is saying, with the Ten Commandments, he's writing twice, and they got it. They understood. He said, are you without sin? There's the fifth commandment, thou shalt not kill. Because if you do, we're going to judge you, and you'll be the next one to be stoned. and they dropped their stones. There's so much within Scripture, with the context, it can be so helpful to us. On climbing the social ladder, the Son of Man came eating and drinking, and they say, behold, a glutton and a drunkard. That's what they said of Jesus, a friend of tax collectors and sinners. And yet, look at the big, beautiful bill. Jesus said of a situation like that, he hasn't come for the healthy, he's come for the sick. People who need his help and those who will listen and take his advice, and they will be the very ones to get well spiritually. And it goes on. The money-hungry televangelist in the temple courts, Jesus found men selling cattle, sheep, doves, other sitting at tables exchanging money. So he made a whip of cords and drove them all from the temple, both sheep and cattle, and he scattered the coins of the money changers and overturned their tables. That's in John's gospel. He knew how troublesome that can be. You can't serve both God and money. On a free lunch, he took the 5 loaves and 2 fish and looked up to heaven. He said thanks to his Father, broke the loaves. The number of those who were about 5,000 people that were there that day who needed to eat. And it's in Matthew chapter 14. And yet there was no copay that Jesus required, but failure in the Trump administration to support the food in insecure population, SNAP, WIC, failure to support universal health care, and so on. Just completely the opposite of Jesus' message. And that's why Christian nationalism rarely says anything about Jesus. They mainly talk about the imprecatory psalms and violence in the Old Testament. They don't get to the New Testament. And these go on, and there's good stuff here. I'll go ahead and bring up a couple of more. And if a person wanted to pause on these, on race relations, in the parable of the Good Samaritan, that's at the very top here, Jesus praised the morality of the hated foreigner, right? We have people coming into our nation and people are like, oh, we hate those foreigners. Well, the Holy Family, Jesus himself, when he was an infant, they were driven from Palestine and they went to Egypt. It's a good thing they were allowed to be safe in Egypt or they would have been killed by Herod, who wanted to kill anyone under the age of 2. So we have people who are lining up on our border, and about 85% of them happen to be baptized Christians, by the way. That's a big aside to everything. Baptized Christians, we're turning them away. So, when it comes to the Good Samaritan, that was a person, the most hated enemy of the Jews at the time were Samaritans. And there's a whole history behind that, of why that would be. Very, very important to look at the context. That's why I recommended the SBL Study Bible. It'll give you all this background. And then when you explain that to the white nationalists and the hate groups, they go, oh, I didn't get, they won't have an answer for you, but they don't read about Jesus. That they can't quite get that part. It goes on. It talks about superiority of one native country, on letting go, pulling yourself up by your bootstraps, and what does Jesus have to say about all of those things? Let's see, one more or 2 more here I'll put up. If you wanted to know what life was like after the death of Jesus and his resurrection, then look no further than the Acts of the Apostles, chapter 2. And I have it there at the very top of what you're looking at now. All the believers were together and held everything in common. Does that sound like socialism to you? Because it does to me. Everything that they had, they believed together, they shared it together. They sold their possessions, what they owned, and goods, and they gave to everyone as their need arose, as had need. So everyone counted, no rejects in the kingdom of God in the Acts of the Apostles, chapter 2. All the believers were of one heart and mind. No one claimed any of his possessions was his own. No one said, this is mine and not yours. But they shared everything they had, and there was no needy person among them. Imagine if the billionaire class in this country, who have achieved billionaire status because they have taken more than they should have, and people are working for Amazon.com at wages and so low they can't afford to get a filling in their tooth. I mean, come on. There's something morally bankrupt about that. But when people are in it for the good of the community, there were no needy person among them. from time to time, those who owned land and houses sold them, took the money from the sale and brought it to the apostles, and it was distributed to people who had need. I believe that's what happened. Deplatformed Enoch. Well, that's a whole other story, and I've done videos about the Book of Enoch. It didn't make the final cut. It hit the hit the floor of the cutting room of those who decided which books were going to be in the Bible. But I could tackle that at another time. I'm not saying it's not an important book. I think it does tell us a lot about certain elements that were that were going on at that time. Hey, welcome, Susan. Good to see you. Good to see you. So, but one of the things Jesus had so much to say about, well, two things. One was, stop your worrying. Be anxious, do not worry. Don't concern yourself about tomorrow. Don't be anxious. Tomorrow has enough worries of its own, because anxiety and worry paralyzes people. So Jesus was telling us, don't be afraid. Be not afraid. You know, your Heavenly Father is looking out after you. So in addition to removing fear and anxiety from your life, the thing that Jesus talked about the most, in addition to that, was money. Woe to you who are rich. You're having your comfort. You're not helping the poor. And then he went on to say, what you do to the least of these, you're doing to me. So one day, you'll have to stand before God, and God's going to say, your hand is not stamped. Why is your hand not stamped? What do you mean stamped, Jesus? The poor stamp your hand into eternal life. I don't see the poor having stamped your hand. I still don't understand what you're talking about. I was hungry. I was thirsty. I was sick. I was waiting at the border. I was looking for shelter. Well, yes, but was that you? Yes, that was me. In the eyes of the poor. What you did to the least of me, or what you didn't do for me. And that's in Matthew 25. If you want to know what the litmus test is for entering heaven, there it is. It's clear as day. Look in Matthew chapter 25, verse 34 and following. So that's extremely important. So, I mean, there's so much more to say. Oh, Janie, welcome to you. I'm just kind of winding down, and people want to come up a panel, you're welcome to. Here's the final one. Now listen, you rich people. Listen up, you rich people. This is the book of James in the New Testament. Weep and wail because of the misery that's coming to you. Your wealth is rotted. Moths have eaten your clothing. Your silver and gold are corroded. And it will testify against you and eat you like flesh like fire. You've hoarded your wealth in the last days. Look, the wages you failed to pay the workmen. Are you listening, Bill Gates? Are you listening, Jeff Bezos? Are you listening? Any of the ones you want to choose. Elon Musk. The wages you failed to pay the workmen who mowed your fields are crying out against you and worked in your factories. The cries of the harvester have reached the ear of the Almighty. You have lived on earth in luxury and self-indulgence. You have fattened yourself in the day of slaughter. You have condemned and murdered innocent people who are not even opposing you. That's chapter 5 of the book of James in the New Testament. Okay. Well, that's a lot to think about. Here's one final. I'm going to play this video for you.
My amendment would stop Republicans from stripping Medicaid from the 67 million Americans that rely on the program by blocking Republicans from making any further funding cuts or changes that put more barriers in the way of Medicaid enrollment. Budgets are a series of choices, and over again, Republicans make it clear that they do not care about the American people and their struggles. Instead, they prioritize propping up the wealthiest Americans and giant corporations that fund their campaigns. Last year, in the Big Bad Betrayal Bill passed by Republicans, in order to give $4 trillion in tax breaks for corporations and the wealthy, Republicans slashed health care from over 8 million Americans with drastic cuts and changes to Medicaid and the ACA. They kicked 4 million people off of basic food assistance by slashing SNAP. 3.8 million still stand to lose Medicaid or children's health insurance coverage. And as a result of ACA rollbacks, Americans are facing health insurance premiums spiking by 58%. In the richest country in the world, Mr. Chairman, 9% of Americans are completely uninsured, and roughly 25% are underinsured, meaning even if they've got insurance, they can't afford their medical bills. That's why we have over $220 billion in medical debt in America. That is over 116 million people in America who are uninsured or underinsured. Now, Republicans are making another choice. Instead of helping Americans afford health care or gas, groceries, housing, they want us to give another $73 billion in your taxpayer dollars to this illegal forever war of choice in Iran. Another $73 billion to the Pentagon, the only federal agency that has never passed an audit, has actually failed 8 audits, and is full of waste, fraud, and abuse. We simply cannot allow Donald Trump and Republicans to continue to steal from the American people.
I wanted to share with you our last 5-star general this nation produced was Omar Bradley. They named the Bradley vehicle after him. This is a quote from him. Ours is a world of nuclear giants and ethical infants. We know more about war than we know about peace. We know more about killing than living. In fact, we've grasped the mystery of the atom, but we've rejected the Sermon on the Mount. I think that's very important. You know, violence and going to war, we're at war now. The world has been at war the last 3,400 years of recorded human history, 92% of the time. We're warlike. It doesn't have to be that way. But if we have war waged within inside of ourselves, there is never a war we wage outside of ourselves that doesn't first begin inside of you and I. So even when we read the books of the Bible, especially in the Old Testament, we see it very clearly. If people struggle with violence, your God will look to be a very violent God. I think that's very important to say that. And in fact, is it God condoning? Is God violent? Absolutely not. The violence we're hearing in Scripture, particularly in the Old Testament, I mentioned the imprecatory Psalms, of which there are 7, and other places. That is the human fingerprint being written on. Inspired men get things wrong. That's why Jesus came along and said, before you were told by Moses, but now I tell you, this is different. And he straightens out what if we would only listen to him. So anyway, I wanted to just, let me come back on camera here. Does anybody want a link? I'm willing to send out a link if anybody's interested. I started a little bit earlier today, Janie. I don't usually, I must have started out maybe 15 minutes or half an hour even earlier than I would normally. So if you would like, I'll be happy to send you, whoops, there we go, send you a link. I'm just copying it here. Okay, there we go. Or anyone else who's interested. Jeff quoted Smedley Butler. Yeah, I'm not sure. Was that the meme quote from that I had of his that was from the post that he made a few days ago? Because I'm not sure. But I thought it was good enough that we should address it. We should never duck. The toughest questions should be the ones we address first and foremost. I hope that we did some of that today. I mentioned the title is not your mother's Bible study because I'm approaching this from the 1,000-foot view, looking down, in a sense, as an overview of what is this ancient literature, And as I say, last week we talked about. Let me see if I can find. We talked about these 5 areas: inspiration, inerrancy, univocality, literalism, and sufficiency. And now we're talking about the issue that probably is a stumbling block for most people, and that's violence that seems to be condoned by or initiated by the Almighty. And so I wanted to try to put a finer point on that. I just now got here, so I'm not sure what you're covered. I do think if Jesus lived today, he might be a progressive, yeah. Toward the end, or maybe just before you got here, I covered a lot of what he had to say in the New Testament, which is completely the opposite of Christian nationalism, 180 degrees different from the Trump administration. It has everything to do with compassion. I'm trying to remember who it was. I know that Turning Point. Who's the founder of Turning Point? That was killed tragically. He had talked about empathy being a bad word. Empathy. Empathy. Empathy is what we've evolved. Humans have been around for 7 million years, and we evolved a part of our brain which allows for empathy quite late. Empathy and compassion. They might just save humanity and allow us to move further into the future. But to Charlie, yeah, Kirk. But to suggest that there's something weak about being empathetic, well, you're looking at Jesus who wept at the city of Jerusalem with the state of affairs going on there and the tragedy of the poor. Jesus had nothing but compassion. He saw his friend Lazarus who had died, and Jesus wept. and that's empathy. That's the heart of it. The little drops of salt that come out of the corner of your eye, and they slide down the cheeks of your face, and they fall down to the floor of our lives, and they mean more than anything. The tears don't lie, usually. And they're not a sign of weakness. They're a sign of strength. Imagine having no capacity to feel things deeply. If you cannot feel things deeply, can you call yourself human? What is it that exemplifies the greatness of humanity? Is it not caring about each other? Is that not it? Janie says empathy takes a lot of strength. Yes, it does. It's hard to sit with someone in their pain and not run away. And a lot of people want to change the topic, and we're living in difficult times right now with a great deal of suffering. And a lot of people, and I know this, I'm being a hard ass by saying this, but they would just as soon, slide into entertainment and drama and criticizing and gossip and tearing someone a new asshole. Excuse my French. But that is what it seems like and looks like. I know it's tough to look at these issues. But if we don't now, then when? And this world is what we're offering our children to inherit. And we as adults should be the last ones being lackadaisical about it. We're the last ones that we should be tackling head on the more difficult issues. That's what Jesus did, which he implored us to do the same. And we cannot succeed at them without empathy and compassion. That's the bread and butter of what makes us a follower, a faith-filled follower of our Lord. He looked upon us with love. The greatest act of love is to lay down your life for your fellow human beings, and that's what he did. And that's what he calls us to do. And it's not made possible unless we have empathy, compassion. To be a deeply caring person, an empath, for example. So anyway, that's it. And this might be my last live stream. What I'm going to do is finish out the Bible study, maybe 2 or 3 more, but I'll do it with a video. Or I'm doing video shorts as well, but I probably won't go live. I think that it might be, I'm aiming for a larger audience. I belong to Boit since, I think, summer of 2014. And my playtime, my airtime in Boit is a square root of emptiness. So there's no real point. And then there's small pockets of communities, and I hope, and they're certainly welcome to share whatever I do over here. And if it's useful and helpful to you, that's great. If it's not, that's great too. But so I'm kind of branching into the larger community. So that's why I'm going to be doing more video shorts and more videos and probably fewer. I won't say I'm not going to ever do another live stream, but probably much less of them in the future. So anyway, Janie, would you like a link to my last live stream? Maybe not my last one, but probably there'll be fewer and far between. I appreciate that. So Gladys, I do appreciate you being here. You're, and I don't mean to be judgmental, you're controversial. In some ways, that's my way of saying you're a good troll. At times you say funny stuff. I've trolled myself. I mean, I don't troll me, I troll other. but hopefully in a funny way, or try to be silly. And we do need to bring, God knows we need levity. We need to be lighthearted in times as difficult as this. You know, people used to say, people wonder, did Jesus have a sense of humor at all? You know, there's a story where the apostles come across, I believe it was a fig tree that was not producing fruit. And they said, shall we cut it down? And Jesus said, no, give it another year. Put copious amounts of fertilizer on it. Now, what's interesting about that is the fig tree, and if we don't have a Bible commentary to help us, represented the leaders of Israel. The fig tree was, and the garden and all of that represents the leadership within Israel. So Jesus comes along and he says, dump some fertilizer on top of, he's saying throw some shit on their head. Don't cut them off right away. When it comes to, Dana, welcome, good to see you. Don't dispose of the Jewish leadership right away. They need fertilization. That's funny stuff, to me at least. But, you know, the background's necessary or it doesn't register. There's a lot in Scripture, I could talk about in Old or New Testament, where there's a much deeper meaning, and it just whizzes over our head if we don't have that context. So as I said before, yeah, good to see you too, Dana. I'm just going to bring this up one more time as a reminder. If anyone were to ask me what I would recommend as a companion to the Bible, well, it contains the entire Bible. If you want to have it all in one, then on the right side, the SBL, which stands for the Society of Biblical Literature. This is scholarship, but it's readable. That's the beauty of it. It's a study Bible, and the difficult parts are explained to you. There's lots of commentary. The things that I've shared, they're in there. And so, if you read 2,000 and 3,000-year-old ancient biblical literature, we need some help. I didn't grow up in Israel. I'm not a Palestinian person. It's another part of the world. They look at life differently. They write differently. They communicate with story. They don't communicate with precision. They tell parables. They don't care if you mix up the story or you could put 2 or 3 good Samaritans instead of one. The important thing to people in the Middle East is, did you get the point? Or did it fly over your head? So that's obviously extremely important. Let's see here. Sympathy isn't empathy. Empty. I'm sorry. I read too fast. It's caring without losing your judgment. Compassion can grow out of sympathy. They're not the same thing. Yeah, I think put finer points on these terms are very important. Compassion in Latin, passion means to suffer. Com is the word with in Latin, with suffering. So if you're a compassionate person, the etymology of that word means you're willing to suffer with them. And that is, I think, the ultimate example of what Jesus did. He broke through human history, became vulnerable, lived with us. The Word was made flesh, lived amongst us in our struggle, became one with us. And that is a beautiful, beautiful example of compassion. Let's see, Charlie. Oh, I missed your one just before that, Dana, sorry. Charlie wasn't criticizing compassion. He was criticizing making emotional identification with your moral. Yeah, well, I disagree with him there very strongly, because I believe that compassion is part of the moral compass that has been given to us through, as I say, 6 or 7 years of human evolution, and the Spirit that I would, in my faith, attribute to God's Spirit, the Holy Spirit. And in that great gift that indwells within us, St. John's Gospel says it indwells, that is the spirit of compassion. That is the spirit that it helps us to emote positivity and not negativity. But we have to listen for that. We have to bring that in. And what really bothers me, Dana, is the Christian nationalist movement, which has been condemned by the National Council of Churches, by the way, who do not understand that, the whole message of Christianity really has to focus in on Jesus. And it is so few and far between, you don't hear them talking about Jesus. And I'm like, what? You can bring up the imprecatory Psalms all you want, but if you leave Jesus out, you're leaving out the most central pivot upon which our faith rests. And yet they do that because I don't believe they're comfortable with that. And as long as they remain aloof to that, I think that compassion and empathy and caring about people, I'm talking about them now in general terms, are just not going to be a part of their Leben, their situation in life. And it's unfortunate. Exactly, Charlie's point wasn't that empathy doesn't exist, that it shouldn't replace wisdom. Right, but I think that empathy is a part of wisdom if we allow empathy to guide us. We're not just emoting people who are wildly emotional and we need medication to bring us, center us back into, no. I'm talking about the empathy or compassion, whichever word you prefer, that comes right out of the prophetic tradition in the Hebrew scriptures and comes off the lips of Jesus. Because that empathy calls upon the spirit that indwells deeply and darkly within every human being. And it has to be listened to. It doesn't mean that we are unprincipled or we're no longer wise. But wisdom is going to be informed by caring people. If we didn't have caring within families, all the wisdom of the, like if you have a child and you impart wisdom to them and you tell them all these wise things, but your child never felt your love, never felt that, it would be, like Jesus says, a ganging, a bell that's just making noise and has no basis, is really of no value without love, which is the basis of both empathy and compassion. Anyway, it's a great distinction, a great conversation to have. I have not yet addressed Charlie Kirk. I may do that sometime in the future. I have not done that. And I think that, the wounds of death are still very tender, and that I've just avoided that because I think that healing is what's called for. Everything has to be looked at in their proper perspective and timing. Dan, if you want a link, please. Sorry, I'm falling behind a little bit here. If anybody wants a link, let me know, and I will drop a link. That's all he was saying. Compassion is good, but wisdom has to be. I wish he had said it in those terms, Dana. I wish he had said it in those terms, because if he had, he would have my support 100%. But he didn't say it in those terms, and that's unfortunate. That's why the critique comes. Words are critical. They're so important, and you and I both know that. We words are, 2 words bloodied the face of Europe, right? Sieg Heil. 3 words divided Christianity. Here I stand, Martin Luther, right? Words are extremely important, and the way we convey them and the accuracy is extremely important, right? A judge will say words, you shall be hanged by the neck until dead, or in some traditions like my Roman Catholic, your sins are forgiven you. Words are extremely important, but the accuracy and the sensibility that comes from hearing them, we can't underestimate how important that is. We have to be understandable. We must be understandable, and we should never be confused. I can stop disagreeing with him now. It's good that you... Oh, I have lots of clips. Yeah, the full clip clarified his meaning. That's why. Yeah, I have gone through all of the clips. I think at least all of them I can get a hold of. And I wish there were more that could be released, because I think that he's an important figure in the lives of many young people. And I do think that we have to be fair. We have to be just. We have to be accurate. We have to be able to say, here's what we heard, but let's look at it from the fullest context available to us. And that's really, that's a rule that we should apply to everyone. It's so important, especially online, right, Dana? People are, so-and-so said this, but then they didn't get the context. He did say that still, it wasn't just the clip version. Yeah, I've gone through as much as I've been able to find, and I think it's extremely important that we do that. Can we get a link to the full? Yeah, if anybody has links that they want to drop, even when this is done, this live stream, if you want to drop it in side chat, please do that. By all means, we can all grow. One of the things necessary for human growth, I think Dana and Janie would both agree with me, and that is humility, right? Humility. We have to be willing to be humble enough to learn something new, meaning we put our own strongly held beliefs in abeyance, in a bag somewhere, and open our minds and hearts to learn something new. So that is extremely important. And I hope we all would want to believe that that's necessary. And we can learn from each other, you know. There are people saying things about me on stream, and but no one's ever asked me or come to me and said, Joe, what's your view about what has been said about you? I think, oh, thank you for saying, oh, let me come back on camera. Sorry about that. Thank you for caring enough and being just enough to say to me, Joe, maybe you should weigh in, or someone else. You know, if all we hear is one side. The other day I heard someone, I won't mention their name because it would be indiscreet, Dory, that's a joke, said some things about me that were said vis-a-vis some other conversations that I was not a part of and was not asked to give my side. And I think it's extremely important that people do that. That's called justice seeking. Dana says, compassion is the action, sympathy is the concern. Yeah, that's an interesting way of putting it. Yeah, I like that. Compassion and sympathy are partners, oh, absolutely. Jane says, empathy is the activity phase of compassion. Yeah, this is great. See, you're putting a finer point on it, and I love that. Absolutely love that. That's why I shouldn't be up here doing anything by myself. We need each other. We need to share our thoughts, our insights. They're extremely valuable, right? We all have something to contribute. That's why the man, Jesus, said that when 2 or 3 gather my name, I'll be there, because 2 or 3 means you're not simply tooting your own horn, speaking out of your own wisdom alone, but you have the community weighing in on that. So 2 or 3 or more is the optimal way of looking at that. Let's see. Okay, Dana, see you in a bit. Hope you come back. Did you see I would like a link? No, I didn't. Let me drop it. Janie, I've got your, I'll drop it in your, our messages back and forth, okay? I'm sending it right now. Okay, you should have it. And if anybody else, Dana wants a link or anybody else wants to jump up, feel free. Okay, you're welcome. And your audio, I believe, is on. I didn't mean to be a talking head. My apology for that. But I'm up here by myself, and there aren't many people out there. So I thought, well, I'll speak a little faster, make this a long video rather than a marathon live stream, and hopefully people will choose to look at it. I mean, my whole point in coming live today, and this is session 3, and I don't know how many sessions I'll be doing in terms of scripture study, not your mom's Bible study. It has to do with how do we square the concepts of violence that we find so often throughout the Bible, all throughout the Old and New Testament. How do we square that with Jesus, who is unconditionally nonviolent, unconditionally loving and nonviolent? How do we square that? So that's what I wanted to address today, and I hope that I made a dent in that as best I could. And I appreciate, who else came in here? Susan, a long-time friend of mine. I don't know if you're still here. Gladys came in. Gladys, I have just met more recently, and I'm always pleased to see you in here, Gladys. And we don't have to be a mirror image of agreeing with each other, and we don't, obviously. That lady, Elaine, came in. I don't know if any of those folks are still here. You're welcome to a link if you want to come up on panel. Nobody has to have their camera on. You don't. Just come up and speak if you want to. But anyway, as I say, I just wanted to emphasize. Oh, you're here. Okay, good, Susan. If you want to come up, feel free. I'd love to have you, actually. I probably won't be doing a lot more live streaming. I'm going to focus in on video shorts because that has really reached a broader audience, and also videos themselves. Live streaming is a very specific small niche, at least because I'm a small channel. That's what I've come to see or believe. And so I wanted to be able to reach out a little bit. I hope that I can provide a layman's understanding of theology, of scripture, of some of the more challenging questions that we have in life. My focus is always spirituality. And that if I have a niche, that might be it. So,
Close my door, please.
Janie, welcome.
Hello.
Great to see you. I'm glad you're here. And Susan, if you want a link, just let me know. Or if Dana comes back, whoever wants a link, just let me know. Oh, you're getting ready for the kids? Okay, no problem. I'm glad they're going to visit. That's great. Well, Janie, thanks for coming in.
No problem.
Yeah, how are you doing? How's your day been so far?
Well, I didn't realize it was Sunday. I was thinking it was Monday. So yeah,
Did
my day's been a little bit weird.
did I remind you just a little bit that it was Sunday? Talking
Yes. I was like,
about
I refreshed my page. Yeah, I had been playing a game and I thought, what is Stellar doing live? And then I saw that it was not your mother's Bible study, and I was like, oh my gosh. And I looked up at the date on my computer and it's Sunday. I thought today was Monday.
well, yeah. Every day is a day of the Lord, so you can celebrate it even on any other day you choose. But yeah, I think it's good. It's just another reminder within the Bible that we need to set aside something that's sacred, and that's what the Sabbath is all about. The Hebrew Sabbath it should be extremely important to anyone who professes faith, particularly within the Abrahamic faith and Christian faith. The Sabbath is a time to realize that something more is going on than meets the eye. Something wonderfully great is happening, and we need to be woke to that sacred presence, really all the time, every day. But Sunday is a time that we kind of get, we go to the filling station spiritually, and we become hopefully more and more aware, and which will guide us through the rest of the week in our travel.
Right, and that's why I look forward to your live streams on Sundays.
Well, I appreciate that, Janie. I love when you go live too. I made a decision, as you know, to kind of, at my old age, I'll be 77 in December, to use what time I have left. In fact, I'm at the age, at the end of the shelf life of the average American male. The life expectancy is 76.3, I think. And I'm 76.6 or 7. So, every moment is a gift. And women live a little longer. The average life expectancy of a woman in the United States, I think, is 80 point something. Like the comedian says, I'll be going into transition soon, so I can add an extra 3 years to my life. Transition, sexual transition.
Well, and like you said, that's for the average American male. You're clearly not the average American male, are you?
Well, I don't know. There's a lot to be said about DNA, and honestly, I've been fasting the last 3 days. Just letting you know that, and I haven't done that for quite some time, and it's a way of cleansing, and I feel really much better. I'm sleeping better. My mind is more alert, more clear, and perhaps a little quicker. I think
Now,
that.
are you doing like a complete fast with only water, or are you drinking regular liquids like
Oh
milk,
no, I'm
cream?
drinking pretty much any liquid. especially if it has some nutrition in it. So
Okay.
I have been a long-term proponent and I can't think of the name of it, Ovaltine. Do you know that brand?
Yes,
Ovaltine?
I've heard wonderful things about Ovaltine, but I cannot stand it.
Some people, they hate
I
it or
would,
they love it.
I would much rather have a big glass of Nestle Quick chocolate milk.
But Janie, there are two types of Ovaltine. There is the regular Ovaltine and there's the chocolate Ovaltine.
Yes, I know, and I can't stand the chocolate.
Okay. I have them.
But I was going to say one thing I have found that I can stomach is I'm trying to think of the brand name. The nutritional drinks for
Nutriment?
elderly people. No, for
Oh,
elderly people.
yeah. What
Um,
is that called? Yeah, it's pretty popular. I can't think of it. Um,
Boost is one of the brands, but that's not the
Boost?
one I like.
Yeah.
Um, shoot.
Alexa, what is the name of elder nutritional care like Boost? What's another name?
Another name for elder nutritional care similar to Boost is Ensure.
Oh,
It offers balanced
Ensure.
nutrition to help older adults meet their
Alexa,
Alexa,
dietary
thank you.
needs. Always
Alexa,
check with a
stop.
health.
I'm going to need an Ensure if she doesn't. Yeah, Ensure, is that the one you're thinking of?
Yes, and I buy the one with like 30 grams of protein.
Oh, okay.
Um, so when I can't eat, because I do have a lot of stomach issues from time to time, so I do the fasting thing too. But I'll
Right.
have the Ensure protein chocolate, and I like it. So
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
got lucky there.
That's great. Well, I mean, anything you can do, especially if you're going to be fasting, it's important, I think, to try to not become ill. Uh, in the Catholic Church, during Lent, we abstain from meat and we fast at certain times, Good Friday, Ash Wednesday, that sort of thing. But it doesn't apply if you're over the age of, I believe it's 62. So there's certain, because of the potential health side effects, you need to get
Right.
your nutrition. Yeah.
Now, do they give that to? Do they allow that for people who have like diabetes too?
Oh, yeah, that would be a condition that you wouldn't be required to fast or anything. Yeah, that would really factor into your blood sugar level and you being in a healthy place. Yeah,
So if
yeah,
I decide to become Catholic when I grow up, then I don't have to do it.
yeah. No, you wouldn't.
The
You
fact,
know something else, Janie? Back in the day when I was a kid growing up in the 50s, um, they used to make us fast from midnight. So if we would go to church and we received the Eucharist the next day, we were not allowed to eat anything after midnight. So from midnight until, let's say you went to Mass at 9 a.m. or it might have been noon, whenever it was, there was nothing that you consumed except water. And a lot of people would come to church and faint. And a lot of it was attributed to the fact that they were the blood sugar thing was going on. They were fasting.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because a lot of, especially children, aren't eating at midnight like to get one last thing in. They're asleep by 8 or 9 o'clock, so they haven't actually had anything since like supper
Right.
time.
Right. Exactly. Well, I mean, I think a lot of it has to do with the understanding that we have a call to be able. Oh, Jedi's here. Welcome, Jedi. All this task
He
about
just wanted to
compassion.
come in.
Oh,
He just
baloney.
wanted to come in and let us know he had grievances, and then he's gonna leave.
Yeah. Well, Jedi, you can vote the way you want. I don't recall. I hope nobody ever told you how you should vote. I hope they haven't. But politics is part of the social fabric of our country, and it affects life and death. It affects people, their well-being, their health care, everything. So people are going to have strong feelings, very strong feelings. And should it become personal? If that's what you're saying, I agree with you. It should not be ad hominem or personal, and you shouldn't be ripped a new one because of it. But at the same time, people are entitled to feel deeply about things that affect them deeply. It's just the cutting edge difference, I think, is separating, a respect for human beings while we have a different point of view that we're trying to communicate.
Well, and I would think which is the lesser in compassion? Is it telling someone you don't like the way they voted? Or is it, cutting children off of lunch programs that feed them, that maybe the one meal they get that's a full meal every day? So, well, while you may think that people have been discompassionate with you, uh, they may feel that the way you voted is discompassionate to
Right.
people who are poor or young or elderly or disabled. I mean, people get to feel how they want to feel.
Right. Just one other point to throw in. Miller, can you give me the name of one human being that is perfect? And I don't think you'll be able to do that. I know I won't be able. Janie probably can't do it either. There are no perfect people. Okay, the Blessed Mother, maybe she didn't sin. but even that's debated in theological circles. The reality is human beings make mistakes. We're not going to make you happy every day, and you're not going to make us happy. I've heard you say things that really irritate me and piss me off, to be honest with you. But I don't think it's right for me to come back and come down on you really hard and, just tear you apart. That's the difference. Can we live in the world peacefully enough so that we can each have different opinions and views, but we don't have to, remove someone from society so that they all think like I do or like you do? Are we going to all be perfect at doing this? Miller, we're imperfect people. If you look hard enough, and you won't have to look too hard, you will find plenty of things to criticize Stellar for if you want. I'm sure you can. And I'm sure we could all do that for each other. We're not perfect, but we need to try. Now, it's okay for you to come in and challenge as long as it's done responsibly. But to call it fake, there's nothing fake about what I'm talking about. The only thing that lacks is my ability to do it absolutely perfectly, the way you would want it done. Because I think that's something that, it takes a lifetime to get things right sometimes. We ought to all be moving in the right direction, improving our lives, doing things better. I mean, when there's a stagnation, you're not moving forward, you're probably moving the other way. That's not a good thing. But I think it would be very profoundly unfair to say that this is fake. Absolutely unfair. Susan says, Jedi don't go, I vote differently than the community, but I see people for people. Yeah, Susan, you and I know your political views and mine, we differ, but you and I are really good friends. And that's the beauty of it. You can make that work if we can somehow, and I'm not saying it's easy, to differentiate between how one votes, how one thinks politically, things like that, societal views, and the person in front of us who we consider a friend.
Well,
If
I
we can
think
make-
too.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm done. Please. Sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say, I think too that as long as you both believe in general the same thing, it's okay to have different views on how we get there.
Exactly.
So if we both believe that we are a wealthy enough country that it's just a terrible thing that children go hungry, or that children can't get health care they need, or that there are children who are homeless and sleeping on the streets, but we have different concepts or political reasons how we think it should be fixed, that's one thing. We still are both working towards the same goal. We just think there's a different way to get there.
Right. Yeah, I agree with that. That's well put. Gladys says Miller is feeling the trolls for Well, I'm not sure what's been going on, Gladys, but if he's been under some sort of, I don't know, online assault of some sort, I think we could all feel that way. I've had a couple of shots at me recently. It's like, what the heck? I haven't even been on. I'm not even going around or saying anything other than just talking about spirituality. But people. There are people among us that will never pass up an opportunity to take a shot at someone, and maybe because they're unhappy. I would insist that that's probably the case. Misery loves company, and there are people that, yeah. I don't think you can hold in your heart happiness in one place and hate in the other. I don't think that's really possible. I think disappointment, discouragement, all of those things, yeah. But hate, no. I think joy and happiness, if you have it in your heart, you're going to even be able to, although it'll be not easy, extend that love to someone else who may not be easily lovable or easily likable. But we have to try. I think people who are generally happy in their life and filled with joyful people, I don't think are even able, and I'm going out on a limb and saying this, I don't think joyful people would have an easy time being miserable and hateful towards someone else. I just think it'd be a tension that's really hard to carry because your joy would overwhelm it. Like the light turned on in a dark room overwhelms the darkness. I think it's hard to hold both tensions at the same time. One usually wins out. Susan says Stella's one of the... Oh, okay. Thank you, Susan. I appreciate it.
I would be interested in knowing if Jedi Miller believes that you attacked him for voting differently. Because that's one thing that I really dislike about YouTube is that why are you coming in here taking it out on Stellar, calling what he's doing and his use of his time, and calling that fake? Did he do that to you? Then he answers for no one but himself. He doesn't control other people.
Yeah, I know. I did criticize Miller one time. Well, not in a negative, horrible way. More in a kind of fun thing. When he was repairing a watch, putting in a battery. And when I was young, when I was a teenager, after I finished high school, I went into a technical school, and I learned watch, clock, and jewelry repair. So I worked for Seiko Service Center for a brief time and then for Weisfield Jewelers. So I know something about that field. So we had fun with that. I don't think he took that but I don't think I criticized him at all about politics. I hope not. I think that we have gone back and forth about different things. We did the other night, but I don't think we told anybody how they ought to vote. I think we ought to vote our conscience and our heart and whatever that might be. Can our conscience and heart be elevated? Of course it can be. And that's where a good, healthy conversation back and forth can take place. But unfortunately, too often in this community, I've seen people just rip each other a new one, which really doesn't help anyone.
No. And neither does that kind of, like I was saying, where you didn't do it, but he comes in and takes it out on you. That's the mindset that keeps all of this stirred up all the time. Mm-hmm. And, expecting someone else to be responsible for the actions of others, that's like beating your head against the wall. It's not going to solve anything. It's just going to make you feel bad. And, what, do you want everyone to feel bad? I don't. So, yeah, if you come into a room thinking you're a hammer, everything's going to look like a nail.
Yeah.
If you come into a room, and open your mind a little bit, you might find that we have more in common than we don't.
Yeah, and a great example of that just happened. Dana came in and talked about. I couldn't think of Charlie's name. I'm gonna make the excuse. I'm getting old. But Charlie Kirk and wanted to clarify something as she understood it, and then we were able to kind of go back and forth about the different jargon that we use, compassion, empathy, and so on. And I thought that was extremely healthy. If anything, a teachable moment to say, look, some people have very strong feeling about Charlie Kirk, and a lot of it's not positive. And some people have very positive feeling. And, can these people still talk? I hope so, or we've got a long way to go in evolution if we can't do that much. But at least in terms of defining terms and so on, I really liked how that went. That each one of us was able to listen to each other, share a little bit, and learn from each other. And that would be, I think, a best case example of what we could do if we wanted to in this community. Instead of looking for an opportunity to beat the snot out of someone and make them feel bad, what's the point in that? It's not going to make you feel good, because when people do that, they never feel better. A punch down is never going to help like a hand lifting someone up. And so if we can do that, and show some respect to each other while we do it, then the community will be stronger and better. If people, Janie, I don't know, tell me if you agree or disagree, but I think if we were to, in examples of an encounter between ourselves, show each other mutual respect, even when we don't agree with each other on a given topic, what a wonderful example that would set for the rest of the community, who is all too ready and quick to just, pile on somebody and rip into them. If we could set a better example, wouldn't that be wonderful?
I feel you calling on me to be a better person, Stellar.
No. I'm just saying we could be the example. Well, I think when Dana came in and she had some feelings about Charlie Kirk and the term empathy and what he understood by that, and I think that's a beautiful example. It didn't end in us having a fist fight, right? Or throwing mud at each other.
Well,
Jedi's talking. I left you a message there.
okay, I wasn't talking on Stellar. I was talking about Dana and saying compassion is important. And I like Dana, but sorry, she's been hanging out with trolls and attacking people weeks like Richard attacking you. So this, okay, well, I think that's an important thing to let someone know, though, because, when you come in and Stellar has put forth the time and the effort into finding graphics and to be honest, I think Stellar does a wonderful job of coming up here and having his thoughts organized and the things he's going to say. And just the comment, the way it was made, and perhaps I read more into it than I should have, made it sound like, all that is just fake. So, yeah, again, as Dana said earlier, context is important. So in the context of what you're saying now, I can understand what you're saying. But to come into Stellar's and say it makes it seem like the problem is something that Stellar did. So, yeah. Thank you for explaining, Jedi, instead of just not responding again.
Yeah, I appreciate that too, Miller. Jedi, thank you. I appreciate that. But I didn't know exactly, specifically what you were talking about.
Yeah, and I think that's why I got into the discussion about the difference between sympathy and empathy, too, is that I think it's important when we use terms like that we make it clear that there is a distinction between the two. And I was certainly just giving my opinion on what is distinguishing about those two things with me. I see sympathy as something that, the person who doesn't have time right now to deal with your problems, but wants you to know that they care or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I think they extend sympathy to you. I think that's why they call them sympathy cards, because you put a card in the mail to someone when they lose a family member or something like that, because you're not there near them where you can actually be active. I think empathy is an active role you decide to take. It's not something you can do necessarily right in the moment. Empathy is something you can do right in the moment. And so, yeah, I think a lot of people hide behind saying sympathy uh, because it's such an inactive way of dealing with another person. Now, like I said, there are legitimate reasons why you might have to be inactive. One of them might be because you're far, far away. One of them might be because you just absolutely have no idea what you can do to help, whatever. But empathy is an active role. When you feel empathy for someone, when you literally are empathizing with someone, you are feeling what they are feeling with them. And I think when people hide behind using the term sympathy, and especially if they would say that it's more valuable than empathy, that I think I think that's lazy. I think that's like thoughts and prayers anytime there's a shooting or something, because there are things we could do actively that would show empathy for the people who are dealing with the loss of people in these tragedies. But
And
by
you,
saying
yeah.
thoughts and prayers, we say, well, it's out of my hands. I feel bad for you, but I don't necessarily feel bad with you.
Yeah, that's well put. We won't have any compassion, which is to take action to help those who suffer, if we don't have any empathy to begin with. So we have to have a sense of feeling things when things happen. That humans generally, I think, what makes us really set apart from uh, other species, lower life forms, whatever you want to call them, is that we do have the ability to feel things within ourselves and to make an assessment, to say, this, I can appreciate what the victims of Epstein have gone through. I won't ever feel exactly what they've gone through, obviously, but I have empathy for. It had to be horrible. And then after that show of empathy would be compassion to say, and I'm going to get on board. I'm going to suffer with you. A compassion. I have passion for the cause, and I'll contribute. I'll get involved. I'll raise consciousness. I'll do what I have to do. Yeah, one is necessary to lead to the other. Yeah, I think a
Right.
Jedi. I appreciate your thoughts. I don't follow all of. Although I did a live stream. I think Janie, you were up on it. I think, and I was talking about some of the things going on in the community, and I'm not jumping into the fray myself. Uh, I'm not trying to be a chicken shit, but what I am saying is I feel like my time can be better spent doing other things, but with my time that I have available, what I have left as an older person, uh, regardless of my DNA, we never know. But I just felt that, yeah, I've observed some things, though I don't catch everything, where people are being gone after. And how many nights in a row is that going to happen? When is enough enough? Um, what is the purpose? I always ask, what is behind it all? What is the motivating feature that would want a group of people to set the stage for a scenario for going after someone, whatever that might be? And as I say, just was it yesterday or recently, Dory had some uncharitable things to say. And I haven't talked to her in forever. And she even said, well, it was because of something said on Carla's that, and I know the story. I know what happened. And the sad thing is she never asked for justice, would seem to say, why don't you hear both sides? And if she heard the other side, she'd be shocked because I've talked to the people who originally I was being accused of spilling personal information. And so I went to the source. I said, did I spill personal information? And you know what the answer was, Janie? No.
Since it's a
I'll,
story with
I'll,
the happy ending, it was no.
it, that's in fact what I was told. I asked 3 separate occasions to make sure I got everything right, and the answer was no. I'm not going to go into that. I haven't mentioned names other than just Dory has been continuing to bring me up. I don't really do much about that until it reaches a point where I figure, well, okay, I'll address it. People's views of other people can be affected by someone being provocative, someone being accusatory, someone saying, well, this person did that. Well, do you know for sure they did? Did they show you any proof? That's kind of important, right? There's he said, she said, and then somebody walks in with some screenshots or some video evidence or what have you. It's very important that we be just and fair. And,
Well, and that's why I felt like you were calling me to be a better person, because
oh, I know,
actually
you're up here, that's all.
I hear Dana trying to provoke me a lot in streams that I'm not speaking in, and I'm not causing a ruckus in, but I'm listening because, that's what I'm doing. I'm sorry, I've been on Top Chat. If anyone else has said anything and I've missed it. But anyway, yeah, it just, I don't get it. Why are you trying to make people think things about me when I'm not even around? So
I hope
yeah,
she-
I felt
Jeannie,
a little bit.
yeah.
Well, and I'm not saying you were purposely speaking to me. I think it was probably put in your heart to say, that's why it's important.
Can
that
I
we
tell
have
you?
these-
Can I tell you why I mentioned you?
Yes, you may,
You were up here. That's why.
and that makes sense. But I'm
That was
also
the-
feeling guilty.
Oh, I don't know
I
why
am
you would.
feeling Being
That's it.
snarky.
That's a Janie thing because I have no reason to. I do not think of you in that way at all. I couldn't think of it off the top of my head. Nothing. No reason to think it. So I'm just letting you know.
Well, I have a very deep internal sense of not trying not to be hypocritical. And so when I hear something that resounds with how I'm feeling, I do internalize it and think about it.
Sure.
And
Sure.
so, when she came in and was disagreeing about the difference between sympathy and empathy and all of this, and I disagree with that, I got a little snarky and I was like, oh, well, thanks for knowing exactly what he meant. Now I don't, I'm sorry.
Well,
I can be petty. I'm human.
we're all
But,
human.
when I
Yeah.
keep hearing snide remarks in places where, like I said, I haven't even made like a public appearance, but it's like she's trying to make people feel some way about me, and I am not even present. And that bothers me. And I assume that's what you mean by how you feel about being spoken about in Dory's. You're not there, you're not present, you're not causing a
Yeah.
ruckus.
Yeah.
Why are you trying to, form the way people see me as a human being when I'm
Right.
not around? And just hearing her always bringing up, look, I think in the latest stream it was, there's someone else who also claims to be a psychotherapist, but has never been licensed, but supposedly has the education or something. I mean, insinuating that I don't have as much education as I actually have, and that because I never had to hold a license, because that wasn't the law when I was a therapist and I was not a psychotherapist. Like, that means that these people should watch out for me if they see me around, because clearly, in some way, I'm not as good as her or something. I'm not in competition with her, first of all. But I always
Janie,
feel like,
yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm getting off into drama, and we don't need that.
No, you're fine. I just gonna say you're not a psychotherapist because you're not psycho. Okay. Case closed. I'm kidding. I want to bring something lighthearted. No, I honestly,
little-
and I'll go ahead.
It's belittling to have my education questioned in that manner.
Did this happen? I'm in the dark. Something happened a long time ago. I remember that we talked about. Is this more recent?
Yeah, but this was just last night in
Oh,
Wednesday.
okay. I don't know.
And no one responded to her, which I guess
Oh,
is a
wow.
good sign. that they're just not interested, and they shouldn't be. I have no reason to lie, and I worked very hard for to reach my master's degree. I
Right.
started a little bit on working towards my doctorate, but at that point, I was about ready to lose my mind, just from working as hard as I did to get my master's. And for someone to constantly, uh, for some reason, need to appear better than me, I don't know where she would think this competition comes from, because I'm certainly not feeling it. So
Yeah.
if I need
I'm
to let her off the hook, I will. We're not in competition. I am not after
no.
your job. I decided that career was not for me long ago. And when I was doing therapy, and working in partial hospitalization programs and intensive therapy for day treatment and things like that, uh, the law was that I didn't have to be licensed. So why would I have been licensed? It wasn't a thing. So move on with your life. Quit trying to discredit me. And we're not in competition. I'm not interested in that.
Janie, if would you be comfortable talking on panel if she were still here? I don't know if she's listening. Uh, it, when she left her last message, it sounded like she might be coming back. Would you be comfortable talking on panel? I mean, it's up to you. You don't have to.
It won't bother me one way or another.
I
I
just thought
just, I
maybe we could
have,
get, yeah.
I don't understand where it comes from that she feels this need to do that. And so, yeah, I got a little snarky when she came in. I didn't know if you could notice it
Okay.
or not.
I
I
didn't pick
assumed you.
up. No, I didn't pick up on it. Sorry, but I'm very
Okay.
I'm self-absorbed. Sorry, that was bad. No, I didn't pick up
And
on
then
it.
and then you said, when she came in, this is why it's important that we have these conversations and all that. And I'm thinking, oh, he is calling me out for my bad behavior in the chat a little
Oh
while ago,
no, not at all, not at all. Didn't over my
which
head.
which I wouldn't blame you, but apparently, that was my own internal system of checking myself going on, because, like you said, the only reason you said it was because I was up here. Um, but I know I have an a pretty good internal mechanism for knowing when I have not behaved in a way
Sure.
that I should, and feeling like I can call myself to do better. So,
Well, Janie,
but I
like we were,
am.
yeah, that's it. That's we were talking about that earlier. Is we need to cut each other a little slack. Every one of us a human being here. We're not gonna. I always say we're clumsy lovers. We bruise each other with words and deeds sometimes, and maybe without even knowing it, without intentionality, right? But we do it nonetheless. And if we have the ability to say, with some self-reflection, I can do better, and that takes humility. If we have that much in us, that's a core raw material we need. I think that we can overcome a lot of these problems. There are people who really struggle with that, and for them to be able to use the gift of humility, being where it is in them, would be a real challenge because they're struggling with their own sense of self-worth. And humility means I say, well, you know what? I could have done better. I could have done
Right.
better. I could have said things more charitably. I could have been more patient. But if Dana, if you're still listening, if you want to come up, I think Janie as well. I think we're people of goodwill here. I think that at times, every one of us, we just get flat out tired of each other. I mean, we to be honest with you, Janie, do you agree or disagree? We hear more from each other than we hear from our own doggone family sometimes. It could be
Right.
every single night. I mean, somebody might be doing a live stream. Oh, there's so and so, and I'm hearing them more than I'm hearing my own family of origin. And
Well,
I
and I
think,
guess too, it just bothers me because I don't know where it comes from. If I
yeah,
knew where it came from, like if I had done something, um, I would know how to deal with that. I would know if maybe I could reconcile it. I would know if I needed to apologize for something.
Okay.
I don't know where it comes from, this feeling of the need to discredit me.
Well, and
You
then
know, is it because
I,
I disagree with the way she looks at things? Because I do. We may both have degrees in psychology. I don't know what her level of degree is. I would assume at least a master's,
right.
which is the same that I have.
Mhm.
Just because we hold that degree, though, doesn't mean that we have the same beliefs. There are a lot of different
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
beliefs in psychology, and so I try to say when I assert um, something about psychology, I try to say this is what I think or this is
Right.
my opinion, because I understand that we don't all have the same opinions, and so
Right.
I tend to not like when people assert something as absolute fact, which she did when she was speaking about what Charlie Kirk meant. Well, how does anyone know what he really meant, first of all? And secondly, I see sympathy and empathy as two different beings.
Hmm.
And she's saying that they're not. And
Well,
that's okay. That's okay that she thinks they're not. But I'm saying,
yeah.
you know, it's not a fact assertion. This is just my opinion, and I'm all right to have that opinion.
It's interesting. We're talking about a little bit in the field, the humanities, and especially in psychology, terminology, as also spirituality. My whole live stream today was about the Bible, the all-time bestseller, least read book, most misunderstood book, and even people with doctoral degree or multi-doctoral, they call them in Latin. Um, oh, what's the term for it? Where they have multi-doctorates, they don't agree, and they're
Right,
struggling. So
right.
far be it for us to be able to say, see, now what you said was a conclusion. I didn't know that you see because I didn't hear it. But whatever happened the other night or last night, whatever it was something that you came to a conclusion. You concluded that there was a poke at your professional capacity or preparation, whatever it was. Uh, I say, and I'm oblivious because I didn't see or hear any of that. I'm, but again, I guess that's where it'd be lovely if people could say, hey, I probably said that, and I apologize, I shouldn't have, or I didn't mean to say it, or it was something said I meant differently, and I'm sorry it was picked up that, or whatever configuration it takes. If we were able to talk about it, I think that would be a real wonderful moment, opportunity of being able to heal a little tiny bit of this community that needs a whole lot of healing.
I
I
agree.
just want to mention, Dan West says, I've watched several people, sorry, Jane, I've watched several people attack others. Seems they may feel these other channels are in direct competition or they're trying to ruin their YouTube experience, not sure. Angela Critters, welcome. Good to have you
Hello.
here.
Well, and see, that's my thing. I wonder what the motivation is. That's always
Motivation.
the
Yeah,
first thing that I think of whenever something occurs is
right.
what is the motivation for this? Because sometimes um, going over the possible motivations in my mind can help me see something from a totally different point of view.
Right.
Like if someone cuts me off in traffic and I start thinking, now what was the motivation? Are they in that big of a hurry? Maybe they're late for work. Maybe they didn't see me. It was truly, they did not see me. I was in their blind
Right.
spot. Things that then I can look at and say, okay, so it wasn't personal. You know, they didn't see, it's probably most likely that they didn't see me here. It was a complete accident, whatever. And that helps me go on with my life without carrying all that anger. So when I
Right.
hear something like that said about me, I start thinking about the motivations. Well, maybe she really doesn't believe that I have experience in the field and I have the education that I say that I do. But then I think, but what? Why would she think I would lie about that? Secondly, then I think, well, maybe the motivation is that she's um, priming this group of people to not be accepting of me in advance. Should I show up in the chat? And then that seems more logical to me because I've not done anything to her. And why would she think that I would lie about something like that? When I speak about psychology, do I seem uneducated about it? I don't feel like I do. I don't feel like that's a good reason to not believe that when I say I've worked in community mental health centers and residential facilities and things like that. Would I even like give examples like that if I knew I was lying about it? No, because people, uh, I don't know. At any rate, I feel like the motivation behind it is somewhat malicious, and I just don't like that. I just don't. I don't sit well with that. Are you priming people to already feel a certain way about me? So when I show up in chat, they don't accept me, they don't take me seriously or whatever. And I feel like that's what it is. That she feels like this is some sort of competition, and I am not in competition with a single person in this world. No one. The only person I'm in competition with is the person that I was when I woke up this morning. I want to be a better person when I lay down
Sure.
to go to sleep tonight.
Right.
That's it.
Well, Janie, I appreciate that, and I think she would as well. Um, we live in a world with people are in many different places, so to speak. Some of which they're happy about how their life has gone. Others are not. Some want their toys back. Some want their life back. Some want their marriages put back together, and some want their homes back that they've lost. And everyone is struggling with something. And I think a lot of times things are said. I'm going to be very uh, generous with this thought, and maybe I shouldn't be, but I think a lot of times when things are said, oh boy, I'm not so sure I'm convinced of what I'm about to say, but that a lot of it comes from a source where we ourselves are struggling. And struggling people aren't always the most loving. And I've said things, I'm going to speak for myself now. I've said things that weren't flattering about other people. And later I go, oops, I wish I hadn't said that. And I'm filled with regret. And then, of course, how do you undo it? It's very difficult to undo it. One of the things that, because a lot of people take their sense of identity from what they've done most of their lives. I know I have, but that's taken from me because I retired. I'm no longer a church minister, but I studied. I got a bunch of degrees. I'm happy about that. I went over to Europe. I studied for a licentiate. It's a European teaching degree. I did a master's at Seattle U. I started a doctoral degree, went through a divorce in the middle of it, did not complete my doctorate. But people, like the other day, question if everything I say is a lie and that I'm beginning to believe my own lies. I won't mention who that person is. I could. I'm on the cusp of saying their name, but I'll be charitable. But I think the reality is all we want in this situation is respect. Aretha Franklin, R-E-S-P-E-C-T, nothing more than that.
I agree. And I'm not
I
asking
don't.
you to like
I don't
me.
want accolades. I don't want affirmation or accolades. I don't want a pat on the back. Whatever happens, happens. And sometimes I've failed at things. Sometimes I've succeeded. But please, let's be charitable and kind. And I'm not saying I'm better because I'm not. I'm no better than anyone else. And that's how I really believe. But I think what's important is that we just, each one of us keep trying to be better human beings.
That's all I'm interested in at this point. Is I'm struggling too. I guess my struggle, I guess I got most of my struggles out of my system early in life. I was on the, what do they call it? The fast track of
Oh,
struggles. And so now the only struggle I really have left, I mean, I have lots of struggles left. Uh, you know, they're not worth mentioning. But I mean, my real internal struggle is not against anyone else in this world anymore. It's against myself.
amen to that.
So, you know, I can look at all the outward struggles that I have, whether that's financial or whether that's social or whatever it is. I still have those. Um, but the true struggle I have left in this life is the struggle with myself to self actualize. I want to reach self actualization from Maslow's hierarchy of needs.
Right.
I mean, I love the whole Maslow's theory. I love it.
Yeah,
And I
me
think
too.
it makes a lot of sense. And, you know, like I said, I feel like I was fast tracked through the struggles that we go through as human beings. Maybe that makes me lucky. I don't know. But at almost 56, I feel like I can finally start working to that top of the pyramid, you know? Um, so, yeah,
I, you
anyone who
know,
thinks that anything I say is something in competition with them in any way, just put that out of your mind. Just because I disagree with someone doesn't make uh, me think I'm better than them. It just means I disagree. That's it.
yeah, yeah.
You know?
Well,
And
my hope is, I'm not trying to disparage what you're saying, but my hope is the communication had a few blips in the radar, and hopefully, uh, I don't always say things smooth. I sometimes get people go, Joe, what the hell are you talking about? And I think it'd be lovely if she could come up and try to maybe just each party have a chance to share a little bit, and you both come away feeling better. I would love that.
yeah. And that doesn't mean we even have to come away from it liking each other. You know, she
No,
doesn't
no.
have. I'm perfectly willing and capable of living knowing that Dana doesn't like me. I
But maybe
don't
she
need.
does. Maybe she does. I mean, I don't
Maybe
know.
she does. I don't know. I don't even know if I like her because I haven't gotten to know her. Because all I know so far is that every time I hear her speak of me, it's somehow derogatory towards me. You know, and that doesn't give a lot of person to think on as far as what are the likability factors here. If I, you know,
Yeah,
when I
I
first started
wish I had. Yeah, go ahead.
when I first started talking to her, I was genuinely excited to be
Hmm.
talking to someone that had the experience and education that I had in psychology,
Right.
and that we could have conversations. I was genuinely excited for that. And somewhere along the line, it went really off the rails with her out of the blue. So I don't understand it.
Well, there's more room here in town for two therapists or counselors than way more than room for two. And I think that it's just a matter of if both of you would like to see some sort of reconciliation. And as you said, it doesn't mean you have to be the best pals from this point forward. Uh,
Right.
but it is a lovely thing when people can move from one sense of someone to something more positive. Uh, I've had my struggles with people online too, some of whom you know. We've had St. Jude scandals, and I've bumped my head really hard against the community uh, because people like people for various reasons, and we're not always ready and anxious to hear the truth. And sometimes the truth, I always say, is a brutal taskmaster, um, and it will bring controversy and problems to you if you throw your hat into the ring. And I've done that a few times. But I don't know. I think it all depends on where you're at. I'm just at a point in my life where uh, where our life could be asked of us tonight. What's the most important thing I would like to do? If my life were asked of me tonight for the remaining few hours between 6:08 in the Seattle area, if I have 3 or 4 hours to go, what would I do? I would probably seek out those that I've maybe had brush ups with and say, I'm sorry. I wish you well. I hope that, the rest of your life is a good one with joy and happiness and you find love and be good with that. There may not be the opportunity to reconcile with everyone, but at least we can go about being, let's just put it this way, a kind and loving soul.
Right. Yeah.
To me, that's ambitious enough. I will not, I know I can't reconcile. If you want to reconcile with everyone you've had a dust up with, both parties have to want it. And both parties also have to be capable of it. And that's not always true either. And that may be true on both sides. But whatever the case may be, I think at least the minimum we can do is to try to be kind, considerate, respectful, and as loving as possible to each other. And that, anything beyond that's a bit ambitious, but at least to start with that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dan.
Oh, go ahead. Read.
Dan is back. She said, hi, so sorry I've been taking care of my daughter's pets and I had to go feed them. Oh, that's good. I fed my dogs just a little bit ago. I need to run to the store right now before it gets too late. I might go live tonight. We can chat about stuff. Oh, that's great. That's great. Then maybe we can talk about Charlie Kirk or therapy or anything, but I've got, okay, no problem at all. Duty calls us all. I'm glad you came back. Thank you, Dana. Appreciate that. Angela says, but what if you had already reconciled with someone that you hurt? I would spend my last minutes praying. Yeah, I mean, that I think is as good as it gets. Prayer is a conversation mostly of listening to God, and I think that we derive a real and genuine benefit from doing that. It's internal. It isn't like my bank account went up by $1,000. A prayer encounter is something where my heart enlarges and is filled more with something spiritual, with grace perhaps, whatever you want to call it. And so I think that's wonderful, Angela. You know, that is no small decision. I think that's very helpful. And you know, the other thing is wonderful about what you just said is not everything depends upon us. You know, we're not, there's only one Messiah as far as I was in my counting up the numbers, just one. And we're not all capable of, making everything right again. You know, sometimes I counted a real miracle. I had some dust-ups with people. It's Randy's life and I, and One Wen, we're friends now. And I'm so happy for that. But it wasn't always so. And, things can happen. I'm just grateful for when we can do, and the rest of it's up to the heavenly powers, perhaps, that are also involved if we're all listening and open to that. Oh, you're welcome, Dana. You're very welcome.
I
Never
get
pray for
excited.
financial gain. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, I get excited genuinely when I come across someone new on YouTube that I find out that I have something in common with. Because I have a tendency to kind of compartmentalize my friendships, where like I have so many different sorts of friends that I may have friends that I've had, like, okay, I have two friends who have been my friends for 40 plus years. And these two friends have never met each other.
Oh, wow.
So if you were to ask one friend about the other friend, they might know their name and they know, like how I met them or whatever, the basics. But like I'll have friends who we really like music. Okay. And so whenever there's a conversation going on about music or something like that, that's who I turn to. And then I have like my psychology friends who, whenever I need to ask a question or when I have a conversation about something I'm thinking about, then I turn to them. And it's kind of like that, never the tweens shall meet or whatever,
Yeah.
because they're such different people. I have a vast array of different types of people that I consider my friends. It doesn't necessarily mean that I agree with all of their interests or all of their thoughts, but I have a deep connection with them on at least one or two interests, And so, yeah, I forget where I was going with that. Oh, about being genuinely like enthused when I found someone who could, who I was thinking, oh my gosh, this could be someone that I could have discussions about this. When I have thoughts about things, what do you think about this? Do you think it could be this? Or when I read a research study or something and it made me think about a psychological concept in a different way, I could bounce that off of this person, you know.
Hmm.
I do it to you. Whenever I have a question or something that just pops in my mind, like I did
Sure.
with Jesus the other night, when I was like, "Why don't I know this? Why can't I remember this?" And you know, so you're
Jesus
my
and
go.
I are, we're on speaking terms. I just wanted to let you know. Go ahead.
That's right. You're my go-to God guy. But yeah, I really am one of those people who has genuine enthusiasm for meeting someone new that I can discuss things with, even if we don't agree about everything.
Yeah, yeah.
As a matter of fact, I'd prefer we didn't agree about everything because that's when you learn that maybe you haven't thought of everything that you need to.
Well, and who among us has thought of everything we need to? Yeah,
None of us. That's why we need people to disagree and make us see the other
that's
things
right.
that we're missing.
That's right. Well, I mean, it's an exercise in really, again, humility. Um, Humility, is the first rung of the ladder of all the steps of spirituality. You have to begin with humility. The root word humus in Latin has to do with the earth, the dirt. And if you ever, I always say this, if you're taking your shoes and socks off and walk across the morning grass when it has dew on it, you feel the wetness of the humility of the earth, the very base of the earth. And we have to keep our feet planted on the earth and not lose ourselves up into the orbit of Elon Musk's ambitious journeys toward Mars and places. We have to find humanity here first before we venture outward, and we have a long way to go to do that, I think. But humility is absolutely one of the most important and necessary virtues. Because then we're saying, I don't know it all. I have a lot to learn. You can be my teacher. Maybe I can help you too. And that's a wonderful place to start.
It really is.
Yeah.
And I love what you said about that's the humility of earth. When you step out onto the grass in the morning and feel the dew on your feet. How beautiful.
Yeah. You're in touch. You're in touch with the source. When we lose touch, that's when, and I think that's where ambition and a thirst for power and fame and fortune breaks the contact with the rest of humanity and the earth. In John's gospel it says God so loved the world. He didn't say God so loved the earth or God so loved people. He liked the whole world, the universe, everything. And so there must be something extremely important in that statement that we should continue to see as valuable and necessary to our life, to our good life, that we stay in touch with it.
Yeah.
And that especially is seen in the wealth disparity. We have a tremendous lacuna between the wealthy, and we have 1,000 billionaires in this country alone, not to mention
We have our
others.
first trillionaire.
Yes, and a trillionaire that keeps waffling back and forth. But I think that is the real challenge is between those who are consumers to the maximum, who want everything. When I was a young kid, my oldest brother, Mike, he was about almost 10 years older than me. My dad brought home a big watermelon. And what Mike did was, when we weren't around, I guess, he cut it in half, and he cut the heart out of the center of the watermelon.
Oh, the
And,
best part.
and I don't have to, yes, I don't have to tell you what he did with it. And that was what my brother Mike did. And so, if we're going to be self-absorbed to the degree of a watermelon, that we want this for ourselves. I think then we have broken away from the real source that sustains us, and that means all that is around us. That really is our teacher. In the faith tradition I have been in, and other traditions I'm sure believe similarly, the Bible is not the only source of God's inspiration. That's supernatural revelation, especially when the Word was made flesh, came through human history, and lived among us and spoke. But the earth has been speaking to us since the very beginning. And Native Americans can speak loudly about how critically important, and Buddhism, Hindu, so many other religions have something to say because they have meditated and reflected upon the mystery of this earth, of this world. And so to remain humble is to stay in touch with this world, to realize that the fires burning in the Canadian pine forests, and that's what's burning, affects us all around the world. And,
Right.
it should be a wake-up call that we're in this together. One little strait of Hormuz was closed, and the whole world is trembling from the reverberation of a shortage of energy. The whole world is connected. And the sooner we realize that and we take it and value it and do something different to be able to say, yeah, we're in this together. And we can't live in a world that's adversarial because
Well,
that's a
and
world. Yeah, go ahead.
you just made me think of an example of the difference between sympathy and empathy with the watermelon thing. Okay, so you had a large family, I'm assuming. Lots of kids. Since there was a 10-year age gap, I'm thinking there were lots of kids in there.
Well, I had four in my own family, and then my mother died, and the marriage brought eight. So there were eight children for most of my growing up. Yeah.
Okay, so, we all know that the center of the watermelon is the best. So, someone says, I sympathy. I feel bad that by the time it was your turn to get some watermelon, the best part was gone. I feel bad about that. That's kind of tough that by the time we got to your plate, all that was left was what was closest to the run. Empathy would be saying, let's cut this watermelon in a way that when everyone gets a piece on their plate, they have rind and they have some of the heart of the watermelon.
Right.
A
Right.
better thing that I thought of, a better example is, when you get to school and realize you left your lunchbox on the school bus, and now today you're not going to have a lunch, and your friend sits down with you and says, "Man, that sucks that you left your lunch on the school bus. I feel really bad that you're going to be hungry today." Well, that's sympathy. You're expressing a feeling. You're
Mhm.
expressing the feeling, right? But empathy would be saying, well, I didn't forget my lunch, and so let's split my lunch. You can have half my sandwich, half my orange, and even though neither of us is going to get full, neither of us is also going to go through the rest of the day hungry. We're going to get
Would that
through it
be
together.
would that be compassion?
Yes, but I think that's more definitively empathy. It's
Okay.
feeling what that person's feeling. You're also going to do without a little bit,
Like an
right? You're not
empath, like an empath is feeling a lot of suffering.
right. So you're going to suffer a little too. That's empathy. Like, I'm going to probably be really hungry by the time I get home at the end
Right.
of the school day because I only had half a lunch. But at least neither of us is going to like pass out or something from being hungry.
Exactly.
Whereas sympathy is stating that you can understand that that person has to feel terrible for leaving their lunch on the bus, and you can understand that they're going to be really super duper hungry, but you
Right.
don't offer anything up. You don't share the burden in any way.
Exactly. Janie, I read somewhere in the field of psychology, I think it had to have been, that when we see an act of heroism, 911, the Twin Towers collapsing, we saw a lot of heroism happening. When we see a person running into a burning building, when we see someone stopping on the interstate because there's a bad car accident and they want to offer help, when there is an emergency, a true emergency, there is something that I think is, according to psychology, that's triggered within the brain, where we humans come to each other's aid. We're going to, like, I know a woman who's a dear friend of mine, whose son, that's kind of getting me, signed up for service through his country after the day after 9/11. I think that there's a distinction between the mechanism within the brain that preserves the human race. And people will often say, they come out of the building, you're a hero, and they say, all I did was I had to. I felt that's built into our brain, this natural response to rescue humanity. And it's a darn good thing that we have that. However, when we have enough time to breathe and think about, should I run into the burning building or shall I let somebody else? And we begin to weigh back and forth. That's where something else in the brain can kick in. And I believe it has to do with both empathy and compassion, where we can imagine and feel empathy, concern for those who are suffering. And then our compassion just propels us into action. We fly into action, and we do something about it. And that's more rare. If someone saw a plane crash and people pull over and they run to the burning plane and pull people out, they're not even thinking about sometimes their own life. But when we have time to think about, for example, I'll give you this. I've told this story before. In a major university, in a sociology class, the students were asked by the professor in a blind thing to decide where $10,000 is going to be spent. We have an emergency in Africa. People are starving to death. We could alleviate and save lives. Or we have some students on our campus that lost their grants and are going to be sent home and will no longer be able to study with us. It could go there. Or the third thing is our copy machine broke, and we can get that, our mainframe and everything going back up and running. They had time to think about this. Where do you think their decision came down the most? What did they vote for?
Probably the one that affected them locally.
That's exactly right. It affected them locally. The human condition is urgent in the moment, particularly that which surrounds our own life. What's going on in your neighborhood, next door, within your own household. Yeah. And so it may look horrible, right? The history lesson on that. Well, these students, they wanted to take care of their own needs with a new copy machine, and to hell with the people dying of hunger in Africa. Within our brains, we have been wired by evolution to take care of ourselves first. Now, our brains have been rewired by spirituality. That's right, Angela, the copy machine. Our brains have been rewired, or are attempting to be rewired spiritually by Jesus of Nazareth, to help us think about things beyond our own, the Germans call it Sitzenleben, the situation in life, how we're dealing. We may be dealing fine, we may have concerns, but are we going to put aside, usually we do, we put aside concerns around the world for our own locally. That's why people who are running for office oftentimes will address issues most urgent to people in their own environment, rather than, I mean, the people who are emoting at a higher level, perhaps spiritually, like Jesus saying, every human being counts, we're in this together, the world is round, everyone is a brother and sister in Christ, what you do to the least of these, that appeals less to most people. But spirituality is trying to remedy that. It's trying to work on building people up on from the inside out, so that we will become more compassionate and concerned about people coming to our border, even though they don't perhaps look like me, they don't have my language, they may be, they may appear to be quite different from myself. Can I find any room in my heart for them? And that's where we move beyond the conditioning and the evolution that has been put into us. I think in several hundred years, perhaps, maybe longer, our brains will be far better, more sophisticated, and more compassionate. And we will be concerned about what goes on around the world than we are just for what's in front of us in our neighborhood.
And when you think about it, it's an evolution of the survival instincts, because, like, if you think back to the 1400s and things, or even earlier than that, people rarely ever ended up living more than 2 or 3 miles from where they were born in their entire lifetime. So it was an evolutionary survival
Right.
issue to take care of the closest to you, right? Because if someone had come into your village that you'd lived in your entire life, because there was no transportation, so rarely did you get more than 2 or 3 miles from where you were born, and they said, listen, there's these people on the other side of the ocean and they're starving. Can you help us to get food to them? You can't even fathom what that is,
Right.
So
Right.
your survival instincts kick in and you say, no, we have to take care of those within this 1 or 2 mile radius, because as community, we have to take care of each other or we all die. But
Right.
as the world has expanded and transportation has expanded, and then the knowledge of other parts of the world has expanded, I don't think our human minds have kept up with that. We're still kind of in that survival mode. I mean, it has expanded a lot, but I don't think the pace has kept up, right? Like, now we know that there are people all around our planet who are living and dealing with different issues, and it is possible for us to get food to them, or money to them, or medical aid to them. But our survival brain still says, but what about if we give our supplies to someone halfway around the world? What about if something bad happens here and we need that stockpile? You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
Yes. Well, and if you look at international politics, the world of billionaires and a trillionaire, and their world is transnational. It's not local. Their world is oil in Venezuela, oil availability in Saudi Arabia, oil availability in the Gulf and Iran and all over. The machinations are expanded. Their locus of concern is huge. We're looking at, am I going to have enough to feed my family this month or even today?
Right.
Will I have health care for, what about my neighbor? Their concern is that's where this lacuna, this big gulf exists between, and unfortunately, it'd be one thing if the world wasn't so disparate, if we didn't all eat the heart out of the watermelon, if a few people didn't take all but one tiny slice of the pie, but they have, unfortunately, and that's why we're dealing with strife and struggle in our own local life, so much so that it distracts us from looking at the bigger picture, which is a problem in and of itself. It's another big problem. So, I mean, I think that's the ever-present danger with people who are so set apart from because of money and power and influence, that
Yes.
their decision making and the movements that they urge and prompt and what they have control to do and make and influence the direction of what countries are going can be so very dangerous. And ultimately, we're seeing the fruits of that right now. The last video I showed on here had to do with all of just a kind of a a slice of some of the worst things that are going on since we've had a change in office this past year and a half. And we have to be vigilant about that. We have to be aware.
Yes.
We have to somehow, how do you get people who have seemingly no concern about the poor? I saw something today, Marjorie Taylor Greene. I've never been a huge fan, but she had a falling out with Trump. And Marjorie Taylor Greene was talking about, she got called into the Situation Room. And Trump was saying, she had signed on for one of the votes in favor of transparency of the Epstein documents. Trump said, you've got to remove your name. And he said, Mr. President, have you talked to any of the survivors? Just, I've got friends in Miami Beach and in Mar-a-Lago, and they're going to be hurt if this comes out. That's what she said. And she said, but what about the rape victims? They've been hurt. And then later, according to Marjorie, he emailed her. They went back and forth, and she said, I've kept every one of them, of the text messages he sent to me. And he said basically that, your life, before that, she communicated to him that her youngest son, his life had been threatened because she was called a traitor, Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Yes.
And when that happened, that was a dog whistle for a bunch of other people to lunge into action and issue threats against her youngest son. And she told the president, Trump, that. And he said, it's your own fault.
Yeah.
Somewhere in all of that, there's a lack of compassion and a lack of empathy. There's a lack of humanity at the most base level. It's a real
lack of accountability in that too.
All of that, yes.
Because, when he says something like, my friends are going to be negatively affected by this, well, those are natural consequences. Maybe your friends shouldn't have been doing terrible things. So we try to avoid the natural consequences for the people who did the bad things, but then the people who are trying to make it right, they're supposed to just be accepting of consequences that aren't really called for.
Sorry, I just got distracted. Yeah, I mean, all of that's important. I think that one of the most difficult things that Jesus had to do, what group of people he struggled with? He had a short life on earth. If he was in his mid-30s when he died. The most difficult group of people he had trouble with was the rich and powerful. The priests, the high priests in Jerusalem. The Sadducees, the priestly aristocracy, the scribes, the people who wielded the law like a sickle to be able to control other people. Those are the people he had trouble with because he couldn't reach them with compassion. That's my view. Because they lack something essential. That's how critical it is that we raise our children well. I wish Donald Trump had been taken by his daddy to a soup kitchen, a homeless shelter, a warming station, a clothing bank, somewhere where he would have been able to see up close and personal and be able to benefit and derive some brain compensation for how other people suffer and how we need to care for them as well. I don't believe that ever happened for him. And I think the things that children do not experience, whether it's getting enough hugs or kisses or whatever it may be, are what really set us back in our humanity.
And that's why I originally wanted a link to come up here. You brought me back to the whole point that I asked for a link, is that I find myself in a real struggle helping to raise my niece and nephew, because I know that by teaching them compassion and teaching them about empathy, how to be active in compassion, I'm going to make their lives harder. But at the same time, I'm going to make their lives better, more
Right.
fulfilling. So where do I draw the line between making their lives harder and making their lives more fulfilling? And that's a difficult distinction to make when you start thinking, like if they come and they say, so and so hit me at school or whatever. And I say, did he say why he hit you? Well, because I was using the crayon he wanted. And this is just an example.
Right.
And I say, well, not you were using it first, and that it is only fair that, you had the crayon and you should have been using it. But why, what could have been going on that maybe made him feel overreact to that? Maybe, does he not feel good today? Is he sick? Did he get in an argument with his sister on the way to school? People behave badly for all kinds of reasons. So, do we extend a little grace and we just, it's not a habit. It's not something that's happened before that you need to address. Can we just forgive him for it and figure maybe he was just really having a bad day, and make sure he knows that you don't like that. I don't like it when you hit me. That's not nice. Whatever, So yeah, I'm making their lives harder by teaching them those things. But I'm also really opposed to making their lives so easy that they can just sit back and see suffering happening and just say words about it. Oh, that's awful, and then walk away. It's awful that kid forgot his lunch on the bus, and now he's not going to have lunch. How terrible! And then walk away from it. I don't
Jamie,
know where I have to draw that line, but I've got to
right.
figure it out.
Um, if you've never lost your lunch, if you've never had lunch available to you so you couldn't even bring it to school, you were without a lunch, you probably wouldn't as fully comprehend how significant that is. For someone who has not gone without in their life, really doesn't know what that feels like. And that's why I was mentioning, that I'm, doing some fasting. And I think it's important to, as best we can, just to be in touch with what's going on elsewhere, to get a sense of that. And that's for not just a kind of, solidarity, I guess is a word. Brain solidarity, heart solidarity within the human condition. For those who don't have that, when Trump said to Marjorie Taylor Greene, that's your problem, that's your fault, there's a total and complete disconnect between the love she has for her child and how he should have triggered within him how important love is, because he has that same love for his children. Whether he does or doesn't, and I'm not measuring anything, I don't know. But I do think that's where it starts. And, at some point, human beings have to say, I've been there. As the Indian says, walk in my moccasins. And unless you have, you really don't know. And that's being as honest as we can be. So a lot of our youth, when I worked in the church, we sent youth on field trips. Sometimes we sent them to Moore, Oklahoma, where they had the tornadoes. We sent them to Mexico to help build houses, different things to expose them to the rest of humanity. And in doing so, it's a great gift. It's a wonderful gift we receive when we are placed in proximity with the suffering of others. I worked for a brief time in a hospital in Hamilton, Ontario, on the 6th floor of the surgical ward, and I met a lot of people who didn't make it and who suffered greatly. And I was just a young guy, but it helped me immensely learn about, how connected we should and could be, and how important it is to humanity's future that we have a sense of solidarity. that we give a damn about each other.
Right. Right. Yeah.
I didn't know we were going to end up going in this direction. I think it's
I,
really
I,
good, but I'm
I
glad we
do too.
did.
And I kind of understand what Dana was saying, or what I assumed she may have been trying to say, is that you don't want to become a patsy for people, or an easy way for them to just shove their responsibilities off on other people so that they never have to take responsibility or whatever.
Mhm.
Like keeping your emotions out of making, really important decisions and things. So, to put that back to uh, the example of the kid who forgets his lunchbox and you share your lunch with him, um, how do you teach where to draw the line too? Like if some people might say, well, if he doesn't have to do without his lunch, then he's not going to remember it the next time either, or it's not going to be important. He'll know someone will pick up the slack for him and pay for his lunch or whatever. He
Right.
doesn't get to learn the lesson. So then, where do you draw the line with? Because I think this is a lot of the concern that people at least espouse to have with like social programs and welfare programs and free lunches and all that, is that it lets someone off the hook for their responsibilities, and that's just not right. All the rest of us have to be responsible for feeding our kids, but this mother who has a drinking problem, she always has money for alcohol or cigarettes or whatever, but now we have to pick up the slack for her to feed her kid. You hear that kind of stuff a lot, right?
Oh, all the time. Yeah,
Yeah.
all
So
the time.
how
A
do
lot.
how do we teach that empathy is good as long as you're helping and not doing it for someone, right?
Right.
Because there are times when you just become an enabler, and if every day that kid forgets his lunch on the bus, he never learns a valuable lesson because he knows
Hmm.
someone's going to save him, and your kid ends up eating half a lunch every day and never
Right.
gets the full nutrition they need. So how do we take care of
Right.
ourselves
Yeah.
but also uh, save our compassion for other people?
Right.
I mean, you can
Well,
think of things from both sides of that argument,
yes, that's
but
true.
I think it's always best to err on the side of
Right.
of kindness, not to make
Yeah.
your first assumption
Right.
that this kid is getting free lunches because his parent wants to depend on everyone else to raise their kid while they
Right.
go out and have the brand new iPhone or whatever, you know.
Yeah. Well, and Janie, I don't know how accurate some of the motifs are, whether what percentage of people do that. The iPhone thing.
It's very
Uh,
low. I think they make it out to be much higher than it is.
I would imagine so. Yeah.
Like it's a bigger threat to our tax money. I think those are few and far between, and I
Right.
think you see pockets of those in certain communities. But overall, I think I tend to believe, and I've seen statistics that say that my belief is on par with reality, that most of the people who go through the trouble of jumping through the hoops to get the benefits need the benefits. And that if a
Well,
few
yeah.
people who are taking advantage slip through, we make
Right.
we make accommodations for loss in businesses. Well, we have to make those accommodations for loss in social programs as well.
Right.
There is going to be theft, there is going to be breakage,
Sure.
there are going to be mistakes made, and you account for that and
Right.
you plan for that. It's the plan of a good business model. So why wouldn't it be the plan for a good
Yeah.
social program?
Yeah. Well, and there's a lot of variables in there that I'm not able to talk about. And what percentage of there's abuse of the system, there's entitlement involved, and so on and so forth. But as far as humanity goes, I would tend to think that most people would prefer to be able to have the dignity and the respect that comes from being able to make something out of themselves in life. For those I hope, much smaller percentage of people who are stuck somewhere, that is probably a social disequilibrium, disability that they're dealing with, and we have to break them out of that. Some people might call it the welfare mentality or something. I don't mean to be disrespectful using that term, but
It's
I
kind
think,
of a cycle of dependence.
yeah, where we see generational. But at the
Right.
same time, I really think that, you hear about, you read in history books, people who came from very, very poor families, and they turn out to be the George Washington Carvers and the people who, broke out of that. Because I think there's something in us, in humanity. And a lot of that is planted in us within school, sometimes in the home, sometimes in institutions like churches and whatnot. And if that seed takes root, then people are, just compelled to do better. And I think most people are that way. For the few that perhaps are not, then we need to get them the special help they need. And it really wouldn't be the food as much it would be something that is food for their soul, so that they can find the wherewithal to discover their own self-worth and the value in society, and that they find some way to have the desire to make their life better, because a lot of times it comes down to that.
Yeah.
I mean,
And
yeah.
I think I had a conversation with you once about a book I was reading and a study on, oh gosh, what is it called? Universal basic income. Was it you that I had a
Oh,
discussion
yeah.
about?
Well, I remember talking about it. Was it you and I? I
Yeah. And
remember. Yeah.
I think I told you that in the beginning when they decided to do universal basic income for this community,
Right.
that I told you their thoughts were, their hypothesis was that the people would take this money and they would quit their jobs, they wouldn't work anymore, and so the unemployment rate would go up. People would be unemployed and they would just get lazy, and they thought that crime would probably go up, but not like theft and stuff, but violent crimes because people would be more drinkers and more drug
Right.
abusers and all that kind of stuff, right? So they gave this whole community, the entire community, universal basic income. And what they actually found is that the unemployment rate went down. More people went and got jobs than had gotten jobs before the universal basic income. Less people were being pulled over for things like DUIs. There
Right.
was less drug abuse arrests and things like that. And that goes back to what you're saying about this innate desire to be productive. And so what happened that they found, and when they asked people, why did your life change? People who had alcohol problems were seeking help for them. Uh, and going out and getting in counseling, and more people went to therapy, and more people, like I said, went to work, and they were asking people why. And the people who got jobs or got different jobs said, because I could do something I liked. So a
Right.
job that was making me miserable and that was long hours, I was able to quit that job so that when I came home from work, I had more time to spend with my family and to take care of my responsibilities at home. And I didn't just come home and want to sit in my chair with a six pack of beers and drink myself to sleep so that I could get up and do it again the next day. Or because of this universal basic income, I was able to get into, drug abuse counseling and
Right.
still be able to support my family. Whereas before, I was using drugs. I was out on the streets all day and everything, and I had to hustle so that I could afford my drugs and still keep a roof over my kids' heads.
Right.
Given the choice, I gave up the drugs when I had the money to keep a roof over my kids' heads and went into counseling or
Hmm.
whatever. I think we all do have that innate desire to be happy, to be healthy, and to be better. But we get so caught up in just trying to survive, to make enough money, take whatever
Right.
job you have to, even if you hate it, even if it's not your cup of tea. They found that the culture grew because there were more people who were willing to take a risk on trying to sell their artwork
Right.
or, you know, um, just any kind of cultural thing. Music, making music, setting up and
Right.
playing at festivals or cafes or whatever. They could afford to take that risk and still provide for their families. It gave people
Yeah.
dignity. It gave people the opportunity to take a chance on something and not lose
Right.
everything they had worked so hard for.
Yeah. Janie, I think that's a beautiful. You laid it out really well. I was thinking about the Gaza Strip, 2.1 million people, and they're living in unlivable, let's just say that, unlivable conditions without anything, without clean water, without sufficient food, rubble, without medical care. They're, they're barely eking out. All they can do is from day to day is try to stay alive for one more day. If people have to worry about, I don't know if I'll have food to put or money to pay for my medicine, or I'm pretty sure I won't be able to pay for heat this month, so I'm going to leave the furnace off, or whatever. If we're in that type of context in our life, then we're not going to be able to think about, well, I could go back to school. I could start on this avenue or that avenue. If we're really struggling just to stay alive, I think that's pretty much what you've been saying. I think
Right.
universal basic income would provide, and I think it's going to come down to that at some point potentially because of the AI revolution.
Yes.
If we see, we already had, a manufacturing revolution, and if we see this AI revolution in its full fruition, we may end up seeing, like my car, Kia Daewoo, was built in West Point, Georgia, by machines. Not so many people involved, but by machines, all mechanical. If we end up seeing humans replaced by AI, well, certainly, where will they work? We're finding a way to make things more profitable, but are we making the world livable? Are we making humanity still a place where they have value, they have purpose, they have something to do that contributes a job? So if they end
Right.
up going down with universal basic income, that does free them up to engage in some things I heard you just talk about, and the arts, the fine arts, the mind that looks into philosophy, uh, the whole field of spirituality. I mean, there's all kinds of different things that we would be, because we're not worrying about will we be able to pay the rent and have enough money for food at the end of the month or whatever it is, that we can then, it also provides the opportunity that we could maybe find that job that we would like to have that we wouldn't be able to have because we have no time. There are people living in their cars. There's a lot of people, a whole growing community of car dwellers. And these people are just, they have a gym membership and they shower and try to fake it till they make it and save money. And, the jobs some of them held were pretty well paying jobs. We're in the time of transition in first world America. We're definitely in a time of transition. And the direction we're going, I don't know how well thought out it is, or how well prepared we are as. And I would like to think that this guy, what's his name? He's he's on Trump's kind of one of his. The word's not coming to me. he's not well respected or liked. I
Stephen
might be able to. Stephen, what's the name?
Stephen Miller.
Yes, you nailed it. Right off the bat, you nailed it. Stephen Miller and others like him have talked about the thinning of America, the numbers from 350 million, whatever we are, to around 150 million, to cut it by two-thirds if possible. And that would be mean removing people whose pigment is darker than his, who don't have European heritage and ancestry. That would mean, living in a world where he's more comfortable, but he values a certain segment of humanity, European humanity, white humanity, Christian humanity, but not true Christian humanity. Christian nationalism is nothing like the snapshot we got of Jesus. That's for sure. A brown man, by the way. But all of that, I think, is involved in the people who are the machinations behind the direction we're moving with AI and crypto and all of those things. I just think that I don't know how well thought out it is. And the way they are thinking it out scares the bejesus out of me. I'm very much concerned about that.
I am too. And one thing that really concerns me is you said, AI replacing people's jobs and all that, and universal basic income is probably going to become a necessity because
Right.
when you replace workers getting paychecks with robots or technology that doesn't get paid, who in our consumer society will buy the products? So
Yeah.
there's no money to be made then. Robots don't buy toilet paper or cars or jeans or whatever.
Right.
AI doesn't need healthcare, which saves them a lot of money. But then who can afford healthcare? No one. None of us will be buying healthcare. So who can pay doctors? No one. Doctors are going to be without jobs too. It's going to make a mess of things unless they figure it out.
Well, and one of the great fears and concerns is the intention behind it to thin out the vast numbers of people, not just here in this country, but on Earth. What are the great purge, whatever words they use for that horrible idea. I just think that, scarcity is somewhat of a myth. We grow enough food in the United States for every one of our 350 million people, and then some. China
Yeah.
is kind of break even. India, which is the most populous nation on earth, has to import a little food, but not a lot. That we are capable. There's room in Idaho. There's room in Wyoming. There's room in central Washington where I live. We haven't run out of actual physical space.
No, there's
But
plenty of room in Montana, South Dakota, North
yeah,
Dakota.
but people are. I mean, we have to be responsible. And there are scientists who say that there is a top end of the population where humanity will not be able to sustain, and I'm sure that's true, and that's happened with other life forms as well. If you overpopulate, something's going to happen. But
Yeah,
with all of that, yeah. I don't think we're ready to go to Mars and resettle there because we haven't learned how to live peacefully here on Earth. If when
Right.
that day comes, then maybe.
Ours students deserve that, right?
Yeah, I can imagine you do something wrong and you're on Elon Musk's Mars. He shoots you out into space without enough oxygen to get back or something.
Right.
Humanity. That's my main concern is humanity will be maintained and hopefully enhanced. I don't like the looks of things. I don't like the direction that we're going. I think that we talked about compassion and empathy. I don't think the administration has that as anywhere near their top priority at all. The concern seems to be energy and profit. And the people who are just raking it in are part of the military-industrial complex, the energy forces, and so on. They're doing just wonderfully. War is good business. and very profitable.
And I think that's something too that a lot of people haven't come to terms with, or like really found their humility in. I'm
Right.
certainly aware of it, but I am not important to this earth in the sense that I am a human being deserving of, rights and all of that. I am. But in the grand scheme that these people have in mind, I mean nothing. And I think a lot of people think that they're more important than they are. And once they realize that they're not, and that they just as soon, if you're sick, or you're poor, or you're elderly, or you're too young to become a valuable asset in commercialism or whatever, you
You're
just don't
expendable.
matter.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. And that is humbling when you realize that.
But to most of humanity, you will always be valuable. You consider the Native American population, the Japanese, another one, where they value the older generation for their
Oh, yeah.
wisdom, their experience, the stories, all of that they can convey because they lived it. And the younger generation has not yet. And the benefits flow from that direction, from the elderly down. When we flush that and say, no, that's not important, you're taking up space, Grandpa, what a shame. What a
Yeah,
shame.
they boiled it down to your monetary value, like how big
Yes,
of a
yes,
monetary asset are you?
right,
Where I believe every person offers something to society.
right, exactly.
Some people are on the wrong path. They're doing criminal activities, or they've lost their way to drugs or alcohol or whatever. But I don't think that makes them any less capable of getting back on the path to offering something to society. I
Right.
know that I have value in this world. You just can't put a number of
Well,
dollars on it, and that's their problem
no,
with me.
that's exactly right. Monetary value is the least important. Certainly in the gospel, I started out talking about a little bit about that. When Jesus talked about the value of humanity, when his apostles were arguing, boasting which one of them was the greatest among them, Jesus must have been very disappointed. He took a child and placed the child among them and said, unless you become like this little child, you will not even enter the kingdom of heaven. They will enter the kingdom of heaven ahead of you, hotshot. And that's a message that Elon Musk needs to hear. Everybody who embraces the role of senator or a member of the House needs to hear. We have to realize what value really means. With a child, it's wide open. The sky's the limit. And the beautiful thing is a child is humble enough to say, teach me, show me the right direction, you know? Um,
Yeah.
and they're workable, they're pliable. And I think that's what the interesting thing too about that is the children that first century Jerusalem street children were usually female because the father could sell his child, or if a child was incorrigible, or for whatever reason, the father could remove the child from their home. And then those children are wandering the street, and those children are doing whatever they can to survive. And you don't have to let your mind wander very far to know what that little girl was doing that he placed in front of the apostles as his prime example.
Yeah,
And they would have
it's
been
heartbreaking.
scandalized. They would have been scandalized.
Right.
But that's only because they don't get it. They don't get it. They give up on humanity. And Jesus never did that.
Well, and
The
I
only
think
ones he couldn't, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
people like Elon Musk and the people that you're speaking of could hear those words, and they could repeat those words as to motivate other people into thinking that they're good people. I don't think they feel those words. I don't think
No, no, that's
they were
right.
ever taught to understand. And that goes back to being given everything, or,
Yeah, it does.
never being made to face consequences of actions. because of who they were through power or money or whatever means.
That's right.
And, to go back to Trump saying, a lot of my friends are going to be hurt if that comes out. Here's the
Yeah.
thing, if they're your friends, they need to be hurt if they did something wrong.
But that's a
That's how
value.
you as a person.
Right. I mean,
And
I agree.
you don't have to stop being their friend.
No,
You can
but see,
be their source of support through
right.
them learning consequences.
Right, but Janie, I agree with you 100%. At that very point but you're helping your friend doesn't want that help. And Trump doesn't want to give it because they haven't learned to value it yet. For them, that's a liability. That would be that whole, the woman that wrote that book in the MAGA community, wrote the book on empathy I'll have to look that up. She wrote a whole book about how empathy is a weakness. And she is pretty much worded it exactly like that. And, so if you were to say to them, but look what you could do. And that's what Marjorie Taylor Greene was trying to say to Trump. My child is being threatened. That's your fault. There's a complete, there isn't even a disconnect because there never was a connection in the first place. And I think that's where humanity, I'm not saying we're dealing with a robot, but not far from it. People throw around terms in psychology like sociopathic, things such as that, narcissism. And there are people who are dealing with that largely, in my opinion, because of what they did not receive as a child. There are a lot of children who were left orphans in the war, different wars, like the Vietnam War, who are like little ticking time bombs because they never knew a mother or a father that hugged them. And their whole life, they grew up without anything. They were probably handed a gun when they were 5 years old, and you joined the resistance or whatever it was. That type of upbringing, if you don't crawl, you don't just immediately walk. There are important human steps that are critical to our development, and they end up being missing if people do not receive. And I think there's a lot of people in government who have been probably originated from sources and places like that. And they lack the critical affinity toward being a human being, being able to feel things deeply, to have a sense of camaraderie and association where you can associate yourself, you can see because you felt that. You can appreciate someone else's situation because you've been in that situation, or someone introduced you at least to it by solidarity of some sort.
Yeah. Yeah, because, I've heard them repeat some of the Bible verses.
Oh,
So, that they've heard them or they've read them, and then they repeat them because, they know that it affects people on a level that's important to people, but they'll never feel it. They can say it, they can hear it, they can use it for their benefit, but they will never feel it or understand it.
Right. And some of the Bible, I'll bring one up here. These are the imprecatory Psalms. There are 7 of them. And they have to do, let me put it this way. Hold on 1 second. I'm not sure that's going to matter. They're Psalms that would be music to the ears of people who want to employ violence as a way to get what they want in life. America, big and bad. We always hear the bravado. We're the richest and most powerful nation on earth. And we have defeated them. And then a week later, now we need some help. But we have defeated them. As if what is most important to them is what's important to a 2-year-old when you become a bully. We have to grow up at some point, and realize that these Psalms I put up here have to do with, the assignment of God being on our side, the assignment of violence is the way that we take care of our problems and our enemies, They're known. The imprecatory Psalms are what uh, Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, employed those. He put those out there before we went to war with Iran. But they're few and far between. The vast majority of the Bible is about loving the widow, the orphan, the alien, the refugee, the people who are struggling, and Jesus loving your enemy. That's all ignored. But these people nitpick through Scripture to find something that will speak on their behalf of violence.
Yeah, Psalms is actually one of my favorite books of the Bible.
Yeah, well, that's a
I don't
major.
know why. I don't understand a lot of it, but I know that whenever I'm having trouble with something, I can usually just open it to Psalms,
Right,
point my finger, and find something that I find valuable in the moment.
right. Yeah. A lot of people have, and it's the Book of Wisdom as well. Sometimes we're looking for just some practical support and some practical guidance. And the Book of Wisdom, the Book of Psalms are very good for that. But there's a lot of background to them too. I always implore people, if you hold the Bible in one hand, hold a commentary in the other, because this is not light reading. It's multicultural reading. It's reading of antiquity, going back 2,000 and 3,000 years. The Bible is, I would say, the all-time bestseller, least read, most misunderstood book of all time. And it would do us well to, have a commentary to help us understand, especially the more difficult passages. And there are quite a few.
I can say with full knowledge that I do not understand most of the Bible. And so my focus when I do look to the Bible is to find something uplifting.
Right.
I haven't read a lot of the violent parts of the Bible. Uh, so I don't pretend to understand everything, but I feel like there's an internal guide in me that when I do read the Bible, um, I can always count on. Gosh, I don't know how to put it. I don't want to sound like I'm naive or I'm only cherry picking the good parts, and I'm tied up in the fairy tale life or whatever. But I always find the good in what I read in the Bible.
Right.
And I think that comes from the belief that no matter what, God loves me.
Yeah. I don't think it has to get, I mean, that's the essential. People can make it more complicated. I think it's very important to always go back to the basic belief that God is love. If you abide in love, you're abiding in God, and God abides in you. And that's,
That's such there. I could have said it in your words so perfectly. God is love. That's my essential belief.
well,
But like
that's the, yeah,
I'll have
sorry.
someone say, but God says, vengeance is mine, saith the Lord, or whatever, and they
Yeah,
say it in a way that you know
right,
that they're trying to insinuate that God is a vengeful God, right? And
right,
He's going to get even. But see, I don't read it that way. I see it as Him saying, "This isn't your business to get revenge. I will take care of this." I don't feel like it's a threat saying I'm going to have my vengeance and torture this person or whatever. I think it's more of Him telling the person who is seeking that kind of
right.
vengeance, no,
I put
vengeance
up
will be mine,
a,
and I'll see to it. Don't worry about it.
right. I put up a little meme there. If you struggle with violence, your God will also be violent. And I've often said, before we go to war with anybody online, you don't like somebody or whatever, you start a fight. There was always a war that went on inside of us before that one. So
Right.
that our struggle, if we have an image of God that's retributive, vengeful, judgmental, angry. God's scary, and is going to get us. That's because we have something inside of us that much the same. Our God
Right.
becomes what we have struggled with internally
That
in
is
our life.
such a good meme.
Yeah.
That is
So
such a good meme. I've never
if
thought of it that way because I always felt like I just don't understand it. Maybe I'm just naive or trying to
right,
romanticize.
right. Well, I think it's just something. It's something to consider. A lot of times, the old saying that I can't remember where it came from. It was a woman that came up with it. We see things not as they actually are, but we see things as we are. And most of us see things in a filtered way through the lens of biases that we hold, prejudices that we have. We don't see people for who they truly are. We see them for who we think they are. And we are probably looking at people, and I guarantee we are not seeing them clearly as they truly are. And I think also our image of God is much the same. If we have violence inside of ourselves, then our God will be a violent God. We've made God into our own image and likeness. And that's where humility, again, it all comes back for me to humility. Every one of us has to be able to say, I can learn something more. Perhaps I don't know everything. That is so true. And then hopefully I open my mind and open my heart and I start listening to other people and other sources, and I enlarge my heart and enlarge my thinking, and then I change. But it begins with being able to be humble enough to acknowledge that, and not being stuck and stubborn. And anger is a terrible quagmire to get out of. Anger is a terrible place to get out of, especially if you're a neophyte, you're a brand new person to looking at things from the point of view of forgiveness. Most people aren't. I remember I dated a girl that said one time to me, she said, "I don't get mad, Joe. I get even." I thought, "Oh, okay, that's a good one." She doesn't get mad; she gets even. And
I
but
think I've
that's
said that. I think I've said that as well. I never felt it though. It's kind of like the
right.
opposite of what we were talking about before. I think I said it to sound like I understood it and that it would scare people and make them think I was tough and not to mess with me.
Oh, well, sure,
But
sure.
I never really felt that I was one to not get mad, to get even. No.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's a pause for the cause. You wonder, should I take that seriously? But there are people who their first go-to is not compassion or empathy. Their first go-to is a knee-jerk reaction, like now it's my turn, or they come back
Yeah.
at you. Trump was taught to hit people back 10 times harder than he was hit.
Right.
And that's
Well, one
just,
thing I can say about that is it doesn't feel good, at least to me, to get even. Because if I
yeah,
knew it was wrong when it was done to me, then I certainly know it's wrong when I do it back.
right.
And that never is a place to find joy.
Yeah, there's, a big gap there. I've never felt any satisfaction from hurting anyone. You might think you would. Um,
Yeah.
I think the only satisfaction I can find in sometimes just when you get the truth out there, if you can do it, there's a satisfaction in saying, well, I wasn't trying to hurt you, but the truth is brutal. Sometimes when the truth comes out, there will be people who, oh, I can't wiggle out of this one. And eventually, yeah, it's tough to hear. Well, I mean, that's what
Yeah.
happens every time. Well, I hope it is most of the time when people are in front of a jury of their peers or a judge, and the truth has to come out. And if it does, somebody's going to be getting a wake-up call.
Yeah, the truth just is. I mean, it's not kind, but it's not mean. It's the truth. It
It's the
just
truth.
yeah.
Yeah. Well, Janie, How are you doing?
I'm doing well. I have a lot to think about tonight when I try and fall asleep. I may never get to sleep.
Oh, well, I, that sounds good. I hope.
Our
I took about an
conversations always get me thinking.
Well, they do me as well, and I hope that they're of some benefit to others. Uh, I'm just glad that I'm not everyone's cup of tea, and people, a lot of people are looking for entertainment and looking for drama, and it's rare to have an audience for people who are hearing something that's a little more serious minded, that's trying to take things in the direction of making the world a better place. They say that there's three types of people in the world: those who make a mess of everything, those who make a joke of everything, and those who try to make sense of everything. And I think the latter part is not as popular. People would like a world that makes sense, I suppose, but that's the hard, difficult work that just very few do. And I think and I think that's why, if I did drama, I don't know if you remember this, about 6.5, 7 years, whatever, 6 years ago, when the St. Jude uh, scandal broke out in Boyd, the first one, and the things were starting to come out into the light of day, and investigation with St. Jude had been taken care of. Another one happened with the Ontario Provincial Police, and so on. When that was happening, when I was doing live streaming, I had upwards of 700 people watching.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
it was simply because everybody cranes their neck for a bloody car accident.
Yeah.
But if you talk about something more serious and academic, and where you may not have, it's not an easy fix. It's not, you know, it's a much tougher road to hoe. And
Yeah.
that's what we're doing now.
I understand that. I know that a lot of people come on YouTube as a respite from their real life. They come on here to get away from introspection and solving their own problems. And we all need a break from that. That's why we've always gone to see movies or opened up a book and read a novel or whatever. Anything we can do to give ourselves some respite from looking at ourselves for a little while.
Right.
So I know a lot of people come here for that, and I use some of my time. I would say probably 30% of my time that I spend on YouTube is spent looking for something to get me out of my own problems and out of my own head.
Mhm.
But
Right.
I try to keep my pie chart of time spent on YouTube equal. So if I spend 30% doing something useless that doesn't help me grow, uh, or help me learn something or help me understand something, then I need it to be entertaining. So I entertain myself, but then I try to equal that out with things that are also growth inducing or thought
Mhm.
provoking, something.
Right. Yeah. I mean, we all need a little time off. I listen to a lot of music on YouTube. Um, they have a lot of music videos, which you get the performance, a lot of concerts and so on, and very enjoyable. But it does relax me. I do that usually not long before I go to bed, and yeah, and sometimes they inspire me. I get a lot of good thoughts in late evening, sometimes in the morning when I first wake up as well. Uh,
Yeah.
but
I watch some
yeah,
really odd things. Like there are times where I watch people mowing other people's yards for free, just because I like
oh
how happy the people get. Their
yes,
yard's been overgrown and they've come up against something that makes it difficult for them to take care of it. And some guy shows up and mows their yard, and while he's there, he puts their gutters back up or something. It makes me
that's
feel,
right. Shingles a
you
roof.
know,
Yeah,
right. I watch the guys who do the free roofs. Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
everything
that's
I
good.
do isn't watching just people be complete degenerates online.
No.
But
Well,
every now and then, I do
yeah.
watch some.
Well, of course, and we're more
I
invested
need
in
my
people. Yeah, and we're more invested in people that we kind of have an association with, which we would amongst the community that we're involved with now. So it's like, oh, what's happening to those folks? Because they're somewhat, we've been a relationship with them.
right.
But yeah, I've listened to some of those ones where, well, a lot of them too. I love the ones, although it really gets me. Animal abuse, I almost can't watch it.
Oh,
I
I
just,
can't.
it brings up the beast in me, and I don't like that part of me. But I
Well,
think that,
I watch a lot of animal stuff. So, like,
right.
the ones where they rescue and stuff, they're always in
Oh
my
yeah, yeah, me too.
recommend. But every now and then one will slip in where even the thumbnail is the picture of like an animal that's clearly suffering or
Right,
has been abused. And I just have to click do not recommend
right.
because even the thumbnail to me is too hard. I know I couldn't sit and watch the video.
Oh, absolutely. There's a YouTube. Well, no, I don't know if it's they're on YouTube, but they have a website. It's called. Well, no, they are on YouTube. That's right. A Kinder World. A Kinder World. And I came
I,
across it years ago.
I
Well,
think I might watch that.
you probably have. They have some of the most endearing, heartfelt videos you'd ever see. Humans interacting with animals. But
Hmm.
they also have the slaughterhouse, and they've got the farms
Yeah,
with the chickens, and they've got. I won't go into it. I could, but I don't want to. And it's just absolutely horrific. And it's like everything else. Is it too much for you? People on YouTube, a lot of people say, "Oh, I'm just looking for a live stream where I can goof off, have fun, pick on somebody, be a bully, gossip, just you know, have at it." Well, okay, but the rest of life is filled with real people who have real issues, and sometimes we need to be grown up enough, I guess, to be able to address those as well. Like we can't be children our whole life, and that's maybe the one thing you can get pulled down the rabbit hill of gossip and tomfoolery in a lot of the live streams. There's a lot of craziness. The Boyd was taken over with that. The Boyd had some decent, in when I came in, there were some RV communities, and people
yeah,
actually talked about their RVs. I had a truck camper, and there were different people, and we had some good times talking about that. But there was always the other streams where the personalities took command performance, and you know, and people were just mesmerized by that. How can somebody be so crazy? And we had our personalities. It is so much worse now, in my view. The
yeah.
Boyd is just completely down the. You think the gutter is as far as you go. There's the sewer, and I think that's where it appears to be right now. So I have absolutely zero contact with Boyd, and the old Boyd has disappeared. So communities are in. I think they sometimes reflect society and where society's at. There's a lot of chaos in society. I guess it doesn't surprise me how chaotic YouTube communities are.
Yeah. Yep. It's a small snippet of the real world out there. I think the important thing is that I remind myself, and I hope other people do, that this is just a small snippet of what exists in the world. Like, um, well, no, I'm putting that backwards. I think that it's easier to show it online. And I think that we
Right.
need to remember that the real world out there, this is not normal behavior.
I hope not. Yeah.
Yeah, I think there is a small majority of people who carry this into their real life, you know, um, relationships with people and stuff. But I think for the most part, uh, we see way worse behaviors here because people have that anonymity. And I think that people still have that taboo about what is acceptable behavior out in the streets
Right.
versus what they can get away with online.
Yeah, that's pretty well put. I think that what we reflect, we get back, and the, the best person that we can present can have some concomitant effect upon others. We can make the world better. It takes time. It's not a perfect equation, and some people will never get it. And some people, I just don't want to reflect the worst of YouTube. I want to, if I can, reflect the best of YouTube. I'd like to be part of that, and I certainly am not the best at all. I'm far from it, but I try, and I have empathy for those who, it's a bit of a quagmire, a rabbit hole that people go down, and I've been down it for years, and I've had
Yeah.
people tell me, Joe, get out, and so I did step away of sorts. I still have my YouTube channel, but I'm active in a different way now. I'm very selective about where I go. I really, not to be a name dropper, but I can't participate in a channel, particularly where, let's just put it this way, where there is bigotry on panel. Now, there may be bigotry, and there may have been even some today, I don't know, on my live stream, on side chat, but that's a little different scenario that we handle differently. I can't deal with bigotry, and I won't. I will not give it any credibility because it doesn't deserve any. That's the lowest snapshot of humanity that I can think of, is the many and varied forms of bigotry, and we see them on YouTube far more often than I care to mention.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, in the side chat, when you see it, you're capable, we have the
Yeah.
ability to block that and not
That's
see
right.
it. But if
That's
someone's on panel, you can't just mute one person.
Right.
What I end up doing, and Luke laughs at me all the time, is I'll sit and listen to things that I know I don't agree with. But the whole time I'm making snide remarks and saying why they're wrong and how ridiculous it is. Not to them in the side chat, but to my screen. I talk to
Right.
my screen. I'm one of those people who talks to the TV. If someone says something dumb, I'm like, well, you didn't think that through very well, did you? And Luke says, who are you talking to? And I'm like, the TV.
Right.
So yeah,
Well,
sometimes I listen to things that I know are going to offend me. But what I end up doing, or what I end up learning from it, is that it strengthens my own resolve to never think ignorant things like that.
Yeah,
You
that's a
know,
good point. When I think about the line that I won't cross, and I mentioned the word, I use the word bigotry, which includes racism and sexism and all the varied isms that have to do with condemning people who happen to be in any way different from oneself. That I can't tolerate. And there's a vast difference between that and just regular trolling, tomfoolery, even ganging up on someone and being a bully to someone. That is a different story. It's bad in itself, but when it comes to bigotry and racism and things like that, sexism, there's a long history, a terribly mired history of suffering. And people have given their life and blood has been shed over that. That's so far and away different. It's not even close. So when I see actual bigotry and sexism and misogyny, and people have died over that and fought for their rights. I will not dignify that panel. I will not go up on that panel where there is a bigot sitting on the panel. I won't.
yeah.
If I
Well,
ever
and
did, it would be because I didn't know. But once I know, I'm out because I
one
won't
of two
dignify.
things is going to be true if you go up on the panel, and neither of them are worth your time. The first one is that the person is playing a character or simply doing something for shock value, in which case you're wasting your time because you're not
Right.
teaching them anything. They already know that it's wrong.
Right.
Or number two, you're going to go up there and waste your time and energy on someone who's not going to listen to you because they truly believe what they're saying is correct. Either way, you waste your time, and it's just it's
Right.
not worth getting involved in.
Yeah. I mean, it comes down to just practicality. Our time is valuable. We have just so much of it. The older I get, the more precious it seems to me to be. And why wouldn't I? If I ask myself, what would I do with 4 hours left in my life or 4 days? It probably wouldn't be wasting it on time online. It probably
Yeah.
wouldn't be. I'm sure it wouldn't be.
Yeah, I don't think that if I only had, 4 hours, that I would be online. I might come online real quick just to say, hey, I've had a really good time. Love y'all. I'll see you on the other side,
Hmm.
whatever. But then I'm going to go find some chocolate. And I
Now
got
you're
important,
talking my, yeah.
I'm going to go find some brownies, all the things that I wasn't allowed to eat because of diabetes.
Right,
I am
right,
going to go indulge. And I just thought of
right.
this. That's a neat thing that I've realized some veterinarians' offices are doing when you have to take your pet in, your dog or
Oh,
whatever, in to be put down. They're giving
yeah.
them chocolate now
I
because
know, I
dogs
know.
always want chocolate, and
Right.
it will kill them. And I just think that is just amazing.
Oh,
For
yeah. I mean,
someone thought of that. I
yeah,
would have never thought that.
a little bit of pleasure and enjoyment before one's life ends. Why
Right.
the hell not? And why weren't we doing that since forever?
Right.
Sure.
I can't believe someone, first of all, I can't believe someone thought of it, but I can't believe it took someone so long to think of it. I knew
Well,
people would go out and get their dog a big steak or a
yeah.
burger or something, but come on, all their lives they've been denied
Well,
chocolate.
don't they even on death row say, "What would you like for your final meal?" I mean,
Yeah,
isn't there even that basic courtesy? Yeah.
right.
Well, I mean, and our pets are a member of the family. I think most, not all, but most people feel who have pets that this is a loved one. And I've heard on good source that the Pope that we will be with our pets in heaven. After
Yeah,
all, love never dies, and if there's love between
I
you and a
believe
pet, then that love will be forever. I'm counting on that. I'll be the first one at the Rainbow Bridge when I'm gone,
Oh my
looking them
gosh,
all
I
up.
am in so much trouble when I get to the Rainbow Bridge.
Oh, really?
I have
Why?
way too many animals in my life. I'm gonna be
Oh,
mauled.
I put up a picture. I don't know if I can find it real quick here, but of all the animals. Well, it's not an exhaustive, but there's quite a few. Let me see if I can find it. Uh, oh, no match. Let's see. I had it up on my screen. I replaced it recently, but it's a picture of all the pets I've had over the years that I have pictures of. And it's quite
Yeah.
a nice list. Let's see if I can, what would I call it? Animals or pets?
Well, I'm
Or
definitely in trouble if all the animals that I've rescued and then rehomed find
right.
me at the bridge too. Then I'm
Yeah.
definitely gonna be just overwhelmed.
Yeah.
But it's still gonna be pretty overwhelming even with the ones that I've made a permanent part of my family.
Right.
And I'm not gonna mind it one bit.
I've had some dreams of like the dog that I lost most recent. Her name was Scamp, beloved, and she ended up. I was had a dream where I was in heaven, and she found me. I was looking for her, and she found me. I was like saddled up
Isn't
to
it wonderful when they come to you in their dream in your dreams?
the what?
I said, isn't it wonderful when they come to you in your dreams?
Yeah, yeah. Actually, I'll tell you a little story. It might be a little boring, but when I was about 10 or 11 years old, I went with my best friend one summer to Minnesota. We were living in Nebraska. We went to Minnesota, um, and we had a great time. We were in a cabin out on the lake. We went inner tubing and fishing and swimming and everything. And on my way back, when we were in the back of a Ford station wagon, back when I was really young, a long time ago, I think we were coming through Iowa, and I felt this strong feeling that my dog was with me and was trying to communicate with me, and something had happened. When I got home, I didn't see my dog in the yard. And I went to my dad and I said, and the dog, my first Scamp, the dog's name was Scamp. I said, Dad, where's Scamp? And he had a sad look come over his face. He said, we had to take her in. She was bleeding and they couldn't do anything for her. And I went downstairs and put my fist through the wall. I'm a young boy, angry. I didn't get a chance to say goodbye to my dog, the whole thing. But it dawned on me, something happened on that journey from Minnesota back to Nebraska that I believe at the moment my dog died, my dog came and said goodbye. Now that's a personal belief. I can't base it on science, but it happened.
Right.
I didn't make it up.
I believe it too. I believe it. I definitely do because, when the energy or the soul or whatever anyone calls it leaves the body, it's free to go wherever it needs to.
Yeah,
And
it may have been a one.
to,
Yeah,
yeah,
I mean, it could have been a one-time, a one-off thing, and I was lucky. But I just felt, I don't believe love will ever die, and I think that love waits for us, and love is eternal. Our bodies die, but love is something internal. It's an energy. It's the great gift of our soul that God gave us, and I believe it is everlasting. And so anything that is capable of love, I think will be also energy. Just takes a different form, and that
yeah.
isn't. I'm not concerned about the form it takes. Just the fact that we will be reunited in something that we had.
What
That's
I'm worried
yeah.
about, and this is kind of a joke, but at the same time, I also am concerned about it. They say people who are married are connected forever and all of that, and they meet again in heaven. So when your spouse dies, you'll meet again in heaven. But I worry that because I was only married once and I don't particularly like my ex-husband, am I still going to be connected to him when I go to heaven since I haven't remarried Luke?
Yeah, well, they say there's no marrying in heaven, according to, I believe that was St. Paul. Um,
Okay.
well, when you think of it, now this is getting controversial, but there's a strong possibility that we have been here before, that we may have lived many lives. To me, that
Right.
makes sense. Some people say, oh, you're talking about
It
reincarnation.
definitely too. That tends to be
Well,
my belief.
yeah, I mean, in my family, we had a child die at birth, a stillborn. Well, their purpose might have been for their parents. It might have been a gift, like you're going to grow from the fact that you had me for a short time and had to let go. And I mean, there's many things that are difficult that teach us to grow. But how many lives, I did the math. I don't know if I keep it in my head straight, but humans have, according to scientists, uh, as far back as they can find evidentiary, you know, it's just basically uh, from bones and from studying, uh, you know, the remains, that humans have been around for maybe 7 million years, 6 to 7 million. If the average human lived 40 years, there's the possibility, I believe that in the math, if I do that right, 40 years, if we came back immediately after we died and became another human, from 7 million years to the present date of 2026, we would have had, I believe it comes to 40,000 lives. So the maximum number, roughly, give or take a few lives, would be 40,000. You could have reincarnated 40,000 times.
No wonder I need so many naps.
That's right. We need a break too. I'm going to stay up and play my harp for a few years. But then again, see, time doesn't exist. So a few years is nonsensical,
Right.
you know?
Well, I think I've mentioned to you that I believe that my nephew is the reincarnation of my oldest brother.
Oh, maybe you
Have
did.
I mentioned that to you?
It
That
doesn't
he
ring a
said
bell yet.
the
Really?
picture fell off my refrigerator one day. He was messing with it, and it was a
Uh-huh.
picture of me and my two brothers. And when it fell off the floor, I said, "Could you pick that up and put it back on the refrigerator, please?" And he said, "Yeah." And then he looked at me and he started crying and he said, "I miss Ohio." And he was only 5
Oh,
at the time, so he had no idea what Ohio was. He knows
right.
nothing about there being different states and all that. And I just kind of looked at him funny. I said, "I miss Ohio too." And
Oh,
he
I
looked at the picture.
remember. Yeah, you
Yeah,
told
he
me that.
pointed to it and he says, "That's when we found the Easter eggs." And that picture was actually taken at Easter when me and my brothers, one of them lived in Iowa, one of them lived in Florida, and I was living there in Ohio. And we all met up in Ohio. And it was one year where first we hid the Easter eggs for the kids, but then we let the Easter egg or the kids hide the Easter eggs for the adults. And so when he said that's the year when we found the Easter eggs,
Ah,
I thought, oh my, there was nothing in the picture to indicate that that was an Easter picture.
wow.
No decorations, no uh, landscape. We were standing under my grandparents' carport. So it's just three people standing under a carport. That's it. No indication of when it was. Like I said, he was 5, had no idea what Ohio even was. I
Right.
had never talked about Ohio with him. But yeah, he's left-handed. He's no one else in his family, and he has 4 siblings and 2 parents. Uh, they're not left-handed, and he is left-handed. My brother was left-handed. Um, there's just so much about him that reminds me of my brother too. But he was literally crying his eyes out and went and laid in his bed and pulled the blanket over his head and said, "I want to go back to Ohio." And
Wow.
he's
Isn't
told
that
his
something?
mom, yeah, he told his mom that one day. He was sitting in the back of the car and she messaged Luke's brother and said, "Why is Grayson saying he wants to go to Ohio? He misses Ohio. Who
Right.
told him about Ohio?" And Adam's like, "I have no idea." But she said he was really upset about it, and he has this thing about telling me that he wants to go live in the house with steps again with me.
Ah,
And see, we don't have steps in this house, and he's never even been in a house that has a second story.
isn't that amazing?
But where we lived in my grandparents' house, we used to ride our pillows down the stairs from the
Right.
second floor. And I mean, just it could all be coincidence. I don't know, but it just seems like for a 5-year-old to be that upset about
Oh,
things.
yeah. Yeah. Hey, no, I remember you did tell me. Well, I do remember parts of your story, and I think it's amazing. I would definitely not blow it off. I think there's a real possibility, and it could be helpful in the future. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of times we have a tabula rasa. We're born with a blank slate, but sometimes things come to us, and that can be very significant. Hey, can I show you the picture of my animals? I
I
found
would
them.
love to see the picture of your animals.
Okay, I'm gonna have to remove you and remove me, and then where are they? Here they are. Okay, here they come. Can you see them?
Not yet. I'm a little bit lagged. I'm
Oh,
on the
okay.
YouTube side. I'm
Yeah.
sure it'll come up here any second. Oh, I
Yeah.
can see him on the other side. Yeah. Oh my goodness. They're so cute.
On
Well, let
the
me just
top,
say,
a
the first thing that hits me is you have a type.
type. Oh, hi,
A
Evelyn.
type.
Welcome.
You know how people have, like, they see all your exes and they say, oh, you definitely have a type.
Oh,
I
yeah,
would
yeah.
say you definitely have a type. Not that you haven't strayed from it, because I've seen your current dog. And that's Fluffy, right?
Right. Bottom left.
Yes. And Fluffy's kind of a bigger girl. But
Yeah, a
most
little
of
bit.
these look pretty little and princessy.
Well, they're
So
all
you definitely
rescues, almost all of them. Yeah.
are.
The top, yeah, the top left is Gretel, and she was a rescue. Um, the in the middle are the two scamps. The one on the right was the dog that I loved, beloved dog when I was a child, that came back to me after when I was after she died. I was traveling with my friends, and I had that experience of her speaking to me, coming to me, communicating. And then Scamp is the other Scamp that I lost 4 or 5 years ago. Is on. So there's two Scamps there in the middle. Then Bob the cat is to the left. Then Fluffy, and then Yoda and Chloe are below them, and Pokita is on the far right bottom, and that's the Scamp is up top right as well. So that's the Rainbow Bridge. But that's not all of my animals. There are others. There are
Okay.
others.
Well, they are all cute as can be.
I had a
And
German Shepherd named Topper, and there was there's probably half a dozen more. I just didn't have pictures that I could find yet of them.
is Bob the only cat you've ever had?
Oh no, no, I've had many. When I was married, my ex loved cats. I think at one time we had about 7 of them, all at the same time. She would rescue as well, and we got some feral cats. We had 3 of them, but we made it,
See,
and they,
even Evelyn says you have a dog type.
yeah, probably Evelyn.
You
um,
have a type.
yeah, but I think animals are a reminder of what unconditional love looks like. So they really perform and can perform the highest duty, you know, because people certainly
Yeah.
don't, end up always living up to that. We I look at my dog, and no matter what my day is like, Fluffy is always there for me, no matter what.
Yeah, I always say, you know what? My dogs love me even when I'm ugly. Like, even when
Oh
I
yeah,
haven't brushed my
yeah,
teeth yet and I've got still got drool on my face and my hair's a mess, they don't know the difference. They still just think
right,
I hung the moon.
exactly, exactly. Well, let me bring you and I back on here. Evelyn, it's lovely to see you. If you wanted to come up on panel, or anybody, Super Serial, whoever wants to come up can do that. Uh, as long as I can get your social security number and a down payment, a credit card.
Your debit card and PIN number.
Yeah, that PIN number. Perhaps you leave a line, a space for me on your living will. Yeah, it's very simple. We can make it work. Let's
You
see.
know,
I
I
got.
was sometimes just for fun, I like to go to Zillow and look at houses that I'll never live in. And so
Right.
today, for some reason, I wanted to look in Flagstaff, Arizona.
Oh
I don't
wow.
know why. I was just like, Flagstaff sounds like it'd be a good place to live because it's a dry heat. And since I have allergies and everything, let me just go look at what's available in Flagstaff. And I picked out a house. It's only
Wow.
$7 million.
Oh, that's just pocket change. Yeah.
I know, right? But it was fun. It was
Sure.
fun imagining
Sure.
it. And then
Well,
I remember refreshed and saw that you were live, and you brought me back to reality.
Well, did I ever
I got
show you? Did I ever show you a picture of? Let me see if I can find it here. This is a picture of my home here in Federal Way. Let me bring it up for you. There, can you see it?
Ooh,
And the
nice.
Yeah, and see the Lake Washington's right behind there. The reason it's my house is because it says so. Stellar says
'Cause it has
Stellar
your
lives
name on
here, right? And the Bucati is in the garage on the other side, with the small yacht. It's 100 foot. Yeah, it's all there, and it's almost paid for. Not quite. I think there's a couple million that's still not paid for. But hey,
And then when it's paid off, then you're going to move in?
no, I'm living there right now. I'm in
You
my.
ruined
It,
because
I,
I've
I,
seen pictures of your house.
yeah, well, no, but see, in my mind, I live there.
Oh,
Whoops.
okay.
In my
All
mind.
right.
Wait a minute. Because you were not believing me, I just got rid of you. Well, let me bring you back.
Because I challenged your
You
delusion.
challenged my delusion. Yeah, how dare you challenge my delusion? So,
But yeah, you know what? Dreaming is free, isn't it? And so every now and then I go
yeah,
on Zillow and I dream, and I think, whose room would this be, and what would I
right.
put here? You know, it was wonderful while it
Well,
lasted.
the difference between a dream and a fantasy is extremely important. And I believe young people should all have dreams. If you want to serve your country, or if you want to be a physician, if you want to uh, pick up the garbage, whatever it is, just follow your dream. Uh, Fantasy is, I'm not saying it's altogether unrealistic or bad even, but I think it is something more than just entertainment. But yeah,
Yeah,
having a
fantasy
dream,
is dangerous.
yeah, yeah. But a dream is good. That's worthwhile. We have to have, that's what keeps us going, makes life worth living.
Right. It really does.
Yeah.
Well, Stellar,
And
I need to go get something to eat. It's 10 o'clock and I haven't had my supper.
well, that sounds good. I'm going to play a closing song, and I'll think of you as you're having your delicious food while I'm fasting. Thanks a hell of a lot.
How cruel of me.
Yeah, how
I
cruel of you to
completely
mention
forgot.
that. What? Oh yeah, yeah.
How much longer are you going to do
I,
this?
I don't know. I wanted to see if I could get past the first day, and I'm on my third day. So far, so good. Yeah.
Well, maybe
I
make sure you're getting plenty of nutrients
Well,
and
yeah.
protein. Protein is
Right.
very important.
My dog is my barometer for my health. She lets me know when I need to do something. Usually, she wants me to do something for her, but hey. um, Well, I'll go ahead and close out with Super Zero. Thank you for mentioning that. We'll look for her going live. I'll
Well,
close.
thank you for having a wonderful discussion with me.
Oh, it was delightful. It was wonderful. And thank you to everyone who was here on Side Chat. I had the Rolling Stones Sympathy for the Devil. I'm not going to play that. I was going to, but I'm going to play. Her name is Jade, and I don't know if I'm pronouncing her last name Fassier. It might be French. I'm probably getting it all bad. But she sings this song in the most beautiful way I've ever heard. What a wonderful world. If only we would make that dream come true. Good night, Janie. Okay, I think she left. And I'll go ahead and we'll start that song as soon as I figure out where I am. Okay, thank you all for coming, and have a great evening.
I see trees of green, red roses too. I see them bloom for me and you, and I think to myself, what a wonderful world. I see skies of blue and clouds of white, the bright blessed day, the dark sacred night, and I think to myself, what a wonderful world. The colors of the rainbow, so pretty in the sky, are also on the faces of the people going by. I see friends shaking hands, saying, how do you do? They're really saying, I love you. I hear babies cry, I watch them grow. They'll learn much more than I'll ever know, and I think to myself, what a wonderful world. Yes, I think to myself.